Yes, I think they tend to become hot. That's the problem with the technology. So when it becomes hot, the battery can become unstable. So it doesn't receive charge well, and it doesn't discharge also well. And so it affects the cells, the age. It ages, like you stress the battery into a like the person has become 40 years, looks like 60 years, something like that. So it ages. And so that happened to the battery. But batteries, good design of batteries come with battery management system, where it has a dashboard showing the health of every cell. You see it on the dashboard. If one cell is having a problem on the dashboard, it tells you that one cell has a problem, you need to check. And then it has a liquid cooling system that goes around to cool the battery all the time, so that when it is charging or discharging, it does it at a good temperature. In cold regions too, it has a heating system to heat the battery. Yes, we'll talk about all that. So if the battery didn't have that cooling system, the cooling system was air, and it's not effective. So the battery aged, and they had to ground the bus for that. Now the problem is, I was asking him, because he's ordered new batteries. The old one, what will you do? The battery is like huge, like this. So what will you do? Because the nature of the battery too is that it can be there and start hitting itself and fire. So it's not something like you just go and throw away. Even if you give it to somebody, it must be somebody who will know how to manage it. He said he's thinking about that. I asked that he should give it to King University so that we use it to teach. So he decided that he would not buy a used bus anymore, because he needed the thing to take a while before. So we have cautioned the government. EPA is handling those who are bringing in electric vehicles. And one of the guarantees they have to give is to give a guarantee that they can manage the batteries at the end of its life. But you know, our regime currently, individuals import. Individuals can also import used vehicles, and EPA cannot handle all the individuals. So what they are doing is that they are handling corporate organizations that are bringing the EVs in bulk. I'm also the chair of the GSA standards for vehicles, and we developed a used vehicle standard. And the provisions also included, I think DEIGBA is also part of that committee. And there's a provision there that is supposed to also check the batteries that are coming. Unfortunately, there was agitation against the used vehicle standard, so it wasn't implemented. If it was implemented, individuals cannot import cars on their own. They have to go through a registered person. That person will have registered with the Ghana Standard Authority, so that the person bears the liability of whatever goes around it. And I think a lot of people didn't like it, but I'm told they are discussing this next year whether the implementation will come on. I know most of you want to continue importing cars on your way, you know this. So is that not the case?
Make it too expensive.
Yeah, but it's difficult to regulate you. If everybody is importing on their own, government cannot regulate everything. Implementation will be a big challenge. So that is where we are now. Yes.
In fact, I'm still thinking about it, because, you know, the road sign fitters and those kind of people who also go and learn how to do these EV things, the way they are going to dispose of these batteries, it's going to be a challenge.
Even for lead acid, it's a challenge.
So
lead acid battery.
We should regulate it well.
It's a challenge. So it's well noted. We will continue to see how we can manage this. Rock, I hope you add this to your research. It's a challenge. So we kind of are still going to be a dumping ground. Yes. because we don't make the batteries here. We are not making anything about electric vehicles here. Then some people will use it, and after 5 years. So, for example, even if you take the internal combustion engine vehicles, GSA deals with they manage, they have discussions with Europeans, Americans, and all those things. We come to a round table on export and import. So, for example, you take stolen cars in Europe. You wonder how the stolen cars go through all the checkpoints and go through all the exports and end up here, even though they have been reported there. Are you getting my point? You wonder because, and then you wonder how cars that are not roadworthy there manage to go through all that, even though it's illegal for them to give us. And then they told us it is not in the interest of their countries for those cars to remain there. I don't know if you understand the meaning of that English.
They don't want it.
Yes, the laws are there, but like it is in the interest of them that
The cars go south.
they can't. Yes, it is their interest. So we should. They cannot handle, or it's not in their interest. They are not going to make money from it. It does not help their country. So why should they spend a whole lot of resources to check all those things coming in here? So we should check it. I don't know if you understand.
Yes.
It's like that. We should check it because it's a whole industry for them. That kind of business, a whole industry. And it keeps their population buying new cars there. Because they use for 3 years, it must go, I get something small, I buy another car. But if the one I own, I cannot sell that one, it also becomes an issue. It helps their insurance company. So we are very important in the vehicle market. Yes, we are very important in the chain of the vehicle, whatever. We are very important. They said, the name they say is we are the last frontier for vehicles. Yes, Africa is the last frontier for vehicles and all that. So when it comes to use EVs, we must. Toyota, what happens if somebody buys a car from you? Used it for 15 years. Can the person bring it back to you?
Yes. So we have the trade-in now. So we have a trade-in now. You buy a car from us and you use it for some time, not necessarily 50 years, and a new ones arrive and you show interest, or you just want to dispose of the car, but you bought it from us. You can bring it to us, we evaluate it, and then
You sell it again.
Yeah. We sell it. So when you go to our motorway, right now we have a place where the trade-in cars are. We refurbish it and then we sell it.
So you extend their life.
So we have Ghana home use cars.
Okay.
Yes.
Toyota.
So just to add to what Eli has said, I suppose you are referring to the end of life.
Yes, end of life.
Okay, so if it's end of life, specifically with the EV batteries, whether hybrid or the battery EV, it's a responsibility of Toyota to collect these and then rechannel it back to TMC, the manufacturer. So when you go to Japan,
You don't sell EVs now.
Yeah.
so that is why I'm talking about it. You see, so for every OEM that introduces an EV, they usually have the responsibility of recovering these batteries. It is one of the reasons why they see when countries don't have structures to collect them, they don't introduce.
So that's why you have not introduced.
It's
You
one
don't
of
have structures.
it's one of the reasons because the Toyota alone cannot take up that responsibility. It's in collaboration with the government before that can be done. That's how come the EPA is trying to set up the collection points. Eventually, what will happen is that the batteries will end at Toyota and then they go back to the manufacturer. Because locally here, we don't have the plants.
Them back.
Yes, and we have an example in this. You know, we have a recall of vehicles for airbag replacement.
Yes.
Now, when this airbag reaches its end of life, it's supposed to be detonated and it behaves like a bomb. I don't know if anybody has seen an airbag deployed before. It's a very loud sound and it can be very dangerous. So because of that, there's an equipment for detonating the airbag inflator when it reaches its end of life. And even though they can send us that equipment to do it locally here, it is not safe. So there's a more controlled environment there. We collect these airbags and we ship them back. So I am in charge of this. We ship end-of-life airbag inflators.
Also, you ship them back.
Yes, we ship them back. Yes, and even batteries are even more dangerous. So once we are going to introduce, we get into hybrid and all that, God willing, next year. So that is
Oh, you are starting hybrids next year?
Yes, so it's in the offering. It will be announced by the marketing. So for the purposes of marketing, because
Oh, so you are not supposed to tell us?
exactly. So it's unofficial, but when it happens, eventually the OEM would be responsible for recovering the battery. Yes. And so that's why you see there are a lot of OEMs in Ghana, but none of them has officially introduced. But once the structures are being put in place, eventually that's what's going to happen. They will be recovered and sent back for recycling. Yes.
So what he's trying to say is that the OEMs think we are not ready for EVs because of all the responsibilities they have to bear. So, but the startups think we are ready. If it wasn't for the startups, we also not have seen EVs. What's happening?
Like the Nonche and that mining.
So
Proper mining.
But there was no time.
Oh, okay. So even Tesla was a startup. Tesla was a startup.
yes.
Okay.
Yes. So doctor, he has a question.
Okay.
Yes, I was asking whether they have a motivation package for a customer who brings the end of life battery to their outfit.
Okay.
Like they do.
So you are talking of an incentive.
Yeah.
A kind of an incentive. So I know, I think also with EPA, there's something like that was developed in the EPA policy on this e-waste management. So there will be sort of an incentive eventually, but I don't think it's been
But the
finalized.
responsibility has been placed on you by EPA
Yes, eventually,
to
yes.
accept.
Yes,
End of
because
life.
the customer cannot handle it, and there might not be companies that will be able to handle. You know, the batteries, they are two types. You mentioned the ones you can easily take out the cells, and there are those that are sealed. So when it gets to that point, you need the OEM to handle it. But then again, it means that it must have been batteries that have been sold by the OEM. So we might not be able to take batteries that have been sold by Nissan or Honda and all that. I think that is fair. Yeah. So when it's let's say a gray import, you bring in a gray import, and then you have your battery, you're having issues. Then the question is, where would those ones go? Because the gray importer might not have that relationship with the OEM or the manufacturer of that battery is brought into the country. So all those things then come into question. So yes.
I remember having a conversation with some Chinese officials responsible for auto export in their country, because Kenya University has a collaboration with the Chinese government. And they tell us, looking at the battery chain, the best thing is that when it reaches the end of life, we ship it back to China.
Yes.
And we cannot manage it. They say it has to come back to China. So Toyota is the same thing. Yes. We don't have the minerals and the capacity to refurbish and all that. So we just package it. And then, yes, you can ask your question.
So like you were saying yesterday that these batteries are very dangerous or they are hazardous. So when they reach the end of year, disposing it off, how is the enforcement going to be like? Because if I don't bring it, like those who are buying it individually, I don't bring it how's the enforcement going to be like?
Because those magazine people, they will try. They will try.
Yeah, some people are trying to manage.
That's where the danger is.
Some people are changing themselves. I know some group of people, they are able to test and change themselves. So I think what Ghanaians are doing is that they are trying to extend the life of the batteries, like we do with, I even learn as if we extend the life. But eventually, life will end, no matter how long you extend it. So what happens when it ends? Unfortunately, I would say the EV revolution is also a bit young. So we are not probably at that place where everything must go away. That's why we are not seeing some repercussions now.
There are some very useful electronic items in the battery that can also be recycled, that can be taken and used for other things. Okay, time was not there to talk about that yesterday. Okay, so we can recycle the battery when that time comes. Okay, some of us may establish some companies where we will be capable to dismantle the battery and take the good things out of it. I pray that that time will come. There are very good electronic components in it that can be reused. Okay, so I pray that that time will also come.
So scrap dealers need to be trained because there is copper, there is aluminium, cobalt, nickel, all those, they are all there. So, but there was a research recently on lead acid batteries, and the conclusion was that the scrap dealers were endangering their lives by extracting components from the lead acid battery.
Because we are not practicing safety.
Yes. So safety itself is a problem, and it is something we need to tackle.
I have one concern. We know that the police is mandated to enforce the law regarding vehicles. Accident, whether or not we like, may come. When these cars are impounded at the police stations, some of them can take as long as only God knows. Yes. I'm thinking about how we are going to manage those things. As you said, that it can spark fire on its own.
Yes.
I'm foreseeing that it may happen, police stations will be burning.
Okay, so
that's a great
the vehicles that are keeping on at the stations is from us, not the car owners. But when the accident occurs, immediately the vehicle is tested. The vehicle has to leave the station. But sometimes the suspects or the problem is that sometimes there are gentleman agreements. And if you don't impound the vehicle, there is the possibility that you will not come forward to come and work to expedite action on the investigation. Okay? But under normal circumstance, immediately the vehicle is tested, it has to go. Okay, so when you see those cars parked there, it's not supposed to be that. But for whatever reason that they are keeping them, it's known to those people.
don't worry, you'll be trained to manage the batteries when they
So the place will not pay.
So I think there was a question as to the incentive. So I remember, I don't know if EPA is here, where in the discussion of the e-waste management system, it was indicated that for the person who imports the vehicle while new, in preparation for its end of life, I think the government was supposed to mark up a certain amount that was supposed to pay from the point of entry. So at that point, it means that even if the government is going to take up collecting the vehicles that have reached their end of life, it's really been paid for. So who is collecting it? Is the person, the customer who is bringing that battery, is he getting some incentive? That money, who pays for it? So all that usually would have been factored in. So it's more like a battery economy.
But, okay, that's one.
Yeah, Doc, good morning to everybody. My question is about the battery. Please, I'm foreseeing something in Ghana concerning our waste management. Right now, when you see Ghana, especially in Accra, you can see boiler everywhere. And now that car batteries are very dangerous or hazardous to the system, and for example, maybe I'm very careless or I don't care about anything, and then my battery got spoiled, and then I just dump it anywhere. It's not going to affect our agricultural land.
Yeah, it will.
So,
It will.
because see, right now in Ghana, we have a lot of cars, and if the EV batteries or the EV cars comes in right now, there are a lot of batteries that will be dumping them anyhow, anywhere. So how is it going to?
Yeah, so that is why we need to have collection centers for these batteries.
Okay, so I want to say something in connection with what he said. So I think these are new vehicles, different from the ICs, you understand? So there should be a regulation that will come to regulate, that will come to tell us how batteries should be disposed of, how these vehicles should be operated. I think yesterday, the Chief Superintendent, Mr. Obing, said something about that the new the regulation which is coming up has factored in some of these things, in fact, with the EV vehicles. So to answer my brother's question, I think there should be a regulation, or there would be a regulation that will come into to make sure that some of these things, that is disposal of these batteries and some other things about this unique vehicle is catered.
So there's a regulation coming up.
I think yesterday the Chief Superintendent said.
I think he rather said.
Well, you rather said that.
Yeah, not the opposite.
Even if that is not the case, even if that is not the
problem
case.
is not the regulation and the quality and all that.
Implementation.
Yeah, the implementation, some people go by it, but our concern is with those who no go by these policies and implementation. That's where the problem is. But that guy at the magazine, that will not even think about any policies or whatever.
So, I want to add to what we're discussing. I think we are just at the introductory stage. So definitely there will be a mechanism to do with that. Formerly, you see batteries around, you know the use of all these things, but now scrap dealers are running for them. So the area of the mechanism, the measures to deal with this will be the safety area that we are mentioning. So that those who also go for it must be trained for the sake of their, definitely to come.
So we should have Sunyani Teka universities here, so we'll be able to train scrap dealers. But you see, training scrap dealers, it means you need to get funding. They will not pay and come for that. So I think you can take it up if you want. Since we've said so many bad things about battery, let me say one good thing and then we move on. You see, we realize that because of our energy problem in Africa, these batteries can be good for us. Because if you take the Ford 150 Lightning, we have an electric version. That car can power a whole house. So you can connect it to the house to provide power for the whole night. Yes. Can provide. So if there is no grid at your village, you just, when you build the house, make sure there are entry points where you connect. You drive your Ford 150, you power the whole house for the whole night. And then I will find a video and show it to you. And then you can give electricity to the grid. So we call it vehicle to grid, because that thing is like electricity on wheels. It's carrying such a huge power. Oh, you mentioned that yesterday. So it's kind of something. If we are able to manage this well, it will be very good for us. Yeah, where we can carry the electricity to wherever we want, Istanbul camping or military people are in the forest, you can use the electricity to do some few things and all that. So it's not all that bad. All right, so okay, so we want to answer one question. For example, are electric vehicles safe in terms of water? They are submerged, accidents, electrocution. How safe are they? So I remember there was an EV company, they sold a car in Ghana, and there was flooding in Accra, and one of the cars had a problem. So first of all, we have something we call ingress protection. The electrical engineers will know that. So the first point of safety is that all the high voltage or the electrical areas are covered enough to make sure that even by force, it doesn't come into contact with external items in terms of water. That's the first level of protection. So even if you submerge it in water, it will not electrocute you. First level. Second level, yes, that's the IP. Second level of protection is that they have a safety interlock. So, for example, it helps isolate the electrical components. So the moment it detects, there's a sensor to detect water. The moment it detects it, it switches everything off in the car automatically. So there's a high level of protection to make sure that there's no electrocution. So the isolation monitoring device is the first to electronically detect a problem as water starts to create a potential decay power. Even if the motor or cables underwater are compromised, there is no live electrical energy feeding them. The chassis remains safe to touch. So that company I was talking about, when the water experienced the flooding, the car just went up there. So they have to come and do it and then try to, it will only come back off when it detects that there is no threat of water or they replace that component. Next. Okay, so Ghana has adopted, so what does Ghana have electric vehicle standards? Yes, Ghana has electric vehicle standards. Ghana has adopted about 51 electric vehicle standards for new vehicles. I was the chair of that committee. Toyota's rep was also part of that committee. In terms of covering the components of the vehicle, the wiring, the structure, and everything. What we don't have is for used vehicles. You see, used vehicle is like 90% of the market. Yeah, I always emphasize the new because and they find it easy to come up with new vehicle standards because they are registered companies. Toyota is a registered company. Japan is a registered company. It's a problem with Toyota car. You just go to Toyota, you write to Toyota, your car is messing up, blah, blah, blah. You know, but if there's a problem with a used car, who do you write to concerning the used car? So they are also complaining that they are being regulated too much. But the thing is, you are a good target for regulation. So the used vehicle, we do not have standards for that, and that is a problem. Then we have charging station standards, which was spearheaded by Energy Commission in terms of regulations for the charging station, the cabling, the installation, the certification of the installer. Not every electrical technician electrician can install this kind of thing. There are levels, even now, in terms of their regulations. They have industrial electricians, then they have the residential electrician here, well, they have levels. This one also requires another level. I remember Energy Commission saying that they will need to retrain the industrial people to be able to install the charging. But already there are people installing the charging stations without certification. But Energy Commission now is championing a regulation. Myself wrote most aspects of that regulation. It's going to Parliament next year, and then it becomes a regulation. And from then on, if anyone wants to install a charging station or bring a charging station to the country, they would need to go to Energy Commission. And before they install it, Energy Commission will have a committee, ECG, NEDCO, GRIDCO, all those people will be on that. The EPA will be on that committee. So you write to them that I want to install a charging station. And then they will come and inspect the premises. So ECG will come and say, okay, based on the traffic on this line, so you need to buy a transformer. Sometimes they do that before, or you cannot install here because we are having a lot of load on this line, or move here. Or EPA will say the environment may not be safe for this, whatever. So we are championing that regulation. I'm sure Energy Commission will be here to talk more about that. Next slide. Okay. Now, in terms, even though we have the vehicle standards, I need to explain a bit how the standardization works. For example, if you take one standard, you need to do about, sometimes you need to do about 30 tests to make sure that this car actually meets the standard. Ghana does not have the equipment for that. So how do they do the standardization? They ask for documents. So you are bringing it from America. They ask for documents to show that it passed the standard there. That's how we do it. So the challenge with that is that if you take, for example, China issued this statement 26 September this month, that China to require electric vehicle export permits to safeguard Chinese brand image overseas. So I read the story and still I called my Chinese counterparts to explain this. And what it means is that apparently to export, you don't need to meet the Chinese standard. So even up to now, the Chinese allow export of products that are inferior. That could be inferior. And that one, it doesn't bother them. You decide you want it, they give it to you, take it. Something like that. That's what this thing means. Yeah. But they say they are now getting a bad image because not all the EVs, for example, I mentioned for China, to sell EVs in China, the vehicle must have a battery management system. It has a cooling system. It must have safety interlocks. All those things I've said that protect the car. But some Chinese have sold vehicles that do not have these things to some of our people here. Yes. So for you, that's your first encounter with a Chinese EV. So you might probably say, oh, Chinese EVs are not good. But that is not the case. So they are saying from 2026, first of all, you have to pass the Chinese standard, get the certificate before you export to another country. So this problem is being fixed. So you realize that most of the earlier EVs that came in were not really good. I remember the Ijano driver telling me, the thing can tell you that it's left with 300 kilometers. But after about 50 kilometers, the whole thing goes off. So it's not, sometimes it doesn't read well and all that. Okay, next slide. Now, another challenge is that e-bikes are redefining how we classify bicycles and motorcycles. For example, for DVLA, they only assess motorized vehicles. So if the thing is manually pedaled, you don't have to take the vehicle there for roadworthiness. So for a bicycle, have you ever had a bicycle going for roadworthiness before? No. But now we have electric bicycles, which are motorized. It means you can, at the point you can stop pedaling and relax. And then it goes. Now it's motorized. So there is a campaign that e-cycles and should go for roadworthiness. And you'll see why. Next slide, please. So there was a research in China to investigate electric bicycle accidents that involve deaths. So all these numbers involve deaths from 2018 to 2021. And they found out that, I always say that sometimes it is the vehicle you are driving that influences how you drive. Sometimes it's kind of like that, because you are driving a bicycle, you are bringing it here. Stopping the bicycle and moving again, stopping it and moving again can be exhausting. So your tendency is that, let me hurry up and then cross it. That's how motorcycle told it. Otherwise, I have to stop and start this whole thing again. So they look at the behavior when the person is riding the electric bicycle. And they noted that most of them, if this color is for the electric bike, and then this blue color is for normal bike accidents. So they say, okay, driving a motorized vehicle, so they have bicycle lanes, they have whatever it is. And they said that for about 585 cases of those driving the motorized, the e-bike, they found out that the accident occurred when they were in the motorized vehicle lane. It means they felt more comfortable in that lane compared to 239 of those who were driving the bicycle. Violating traffic lines. Those driving the e-bike, there were more tendencies of them violating the traffic line because they feel like, let me pass quickly before the red light comes, those kind of things, because they were fast. Driving in the wrong direction, that one too, they feel they are fast, so they can quickly maneuver and go. E-bike, there was more. Crossing the road illegally, that one, a bit less. Unsafe driving behavior, e-bikes were higher. Alcohol use while riding, this one I cannot explain. E-bikes were higher. Violating the right of way of other vehicles, e-bikes were higher. Illegal carrying of passengers, e-bikes were higher. Other whatever, e-bikes were higher. So with e-bikes, there are chances that the accidents will occur compared to a regular bicycle. Next slide. Okay, so their findings is that we have to consider specific speed regulation for different e-bikes. Imagine an e-bike riding at 50 to 60 kilometers per hour. That's dangerous. Scooter-style e-bikes should only be allowed on mixed-use traffic roads. Reclassification of scooter-style e-bikes as lower speed motorcycle. So this is what they are saying. They are saying these bikes are actually competing with motorcycles, not other bicycles. So, for example, you look, I don't know, any of you seen the Wahoo bikes, Wahoo e-bikes? Yes. So they are recommending that we classify them as motorcycles because of the speed they can go and all that. So that all the regulations governing motorcycles will apply to them. So imagine in our case, we don't have bicycle lanes and all that, you can imagine. Next slide. So it says speed regulations. So e-bikes require reclassification. Speed regulations considered more necessary for total access e-bikes. So yeah, next slide. So in terms of motorcycles too, I mentioned it yesterday, the leader of the motorcycle union is here. I'm told they are going to distribute electric motorcycles to you, right? Can you tell us something about that?
Okay, thank you very much. I think it was a campaign promise. I think it was a campaign promise. The government promised us to be given to us when we called him for a meeting. So actually, we were talking about the commercial operation of motorcycle in Ghana, because we were thinking that the whole Ghana, every place is full of motorbikes now. Even this morning, when you were coming, a lot of traffic, so we were using it. So we talked to the government that, okay, Mr. President, this is our challenges. Number one, we are lacking of jobs, and some of the graduates or some of the boys, the youth don't have job to do. So he also promised us that, okay, that is very good, but he wants to promise us that when he wants the election, he is going to give us EV bike that he has started talking with other companies. So actually, it's coming on, and I don't want to say much about that, so I'll end it.
But there are measures. Have you fixed the issue of your people not wearing helmets before going to that thing?
I mean, you were the competition man for that. So you and I, we know that in Ghana we don't have standard helmets as of now. And it's now that we have developed the standard helmet for Ghanaians. So as time goes on, we are going to bring standard helmets, and when they legalize it, it's going to be mandatory for everybody to wear helmets. And that's when we are going to work hand in hand with the police. If a rider refuses to wear helmets, or even if you are using a private bike, which is your own bike, and you refuse to pick your child and then you did not give that child a helmet, we will hold you responsible. Because right now, as I saw the EV bikes in China, and then even their accidents are more, I begin to ask myself that even here, without the EV bike, we are still misbehaving. What about if the EV bikes comes in? What are the accident statistics going to be? Even right now, the accident statistics is going up and up. Every day, 10 people are dying in motor accidents. So if 10 people are dying, we are losing young guys, 10 people. Let's imagine our future, meaning we are not doing anything. So please, I am begging all of us here that even though it's a job we are creating for the youth, but we should also make sure that when it comes in, the law must work. We shouldn't sit down and say, oh, I know this police officer, so I am calling the police officer to intervene. Me, as a road safety officer for them, when I meet them, I am always telling them the truth. When the time comes, no mercy for the cripple. Because when I've been in China, I've been in Korea, and then I know how they do their things. When you go to Togo right now, the operation there, they are very disciplined. So why are we not adapting discipline in our country? But rather always we just want to do other things. So please, my officers around, I am begging all of you. We'll be coming to you when the time comes, so that we know how to put measures, so that the EV bikes, the one that I've used before, is having 3 years. Even you can't go 2, you can't go 3, because it's too quick that if you don't take care, it will throw you off from the bike. So please, we have a lot of work to do in Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
bottom line is self-discipline. The bottom line.
I think you want to ask a question.
Yeah, just ask the question.
Say something about the wearing of the helmet and this. I think if the government is going to get them EV bikes, then one of the ways you can think of is the smart EV with a smart helmet. It's one of the research that we are doing at United, where if you don't wear the helmet, the motor won't move. So we link the motor to the helmet, so that even if you are drunk, and then there's alcohol sensor in it, and senses that you have drunk, the motor will not start to move. So something that
Thank you. I think you can go. We'll call you when we need you. So I think the issue with electric motorbikes, two issues. The acceleration is too much. There was an accident recently, and what happened was there was a vehicle was coming this way. It needed to go this way to enter somewhere, and it was on a hill. Then an electric motorcycle was coming from down there. So the lady looked here, there was nothing. Looked here, there was nothing. And then was going. When he went on the motor crash. So what it means at the time she looked there, the motorcycle was not there. Yes. But because of its movement from one speed to another, it's just mind-boggling. So before she could say that the motorcycle was there. Now, another challenge was that it doesn't make any sound. Probably it was those motorcycle sounds. It would have helped. So another challenge with electric motorcycles, they don't make sound. And you know that they like to meander, and they are always at our blind side of the mirror. So you notice it when you hear some weird noise. This time, electric motorcycles don't have that sound. So the drivers of electric motorcycles need to be conscious that it's possible we are not going to see them. Those of us in the car are not going to see them. The way they are going this way is going to be a challenge. There was some campaign to add noise to electric vehicles, but it didn't work because they say one of the advantages of electric vehicles is that they don't make noise, no noise pollution. So that one did not work. So we need to enforce discipline. I think maybe now the Okada regulations, we worked on. We help with the Okada regulations as well. So maybe when they pass it, there will be training of motorcycle riders, and they will be trained with all these things. Now with vehicles, there was in Netherlands, they took a data set of 14,642 vehicles that have been involved in an accident. They took the data from an insurance companies, and they compared those who were EVs and then those who were not, and they realized that there was 4% increase in crashes from EVs, and for PHEVs there was 6% increase, possibly because they also don't make noise and the acceleration is high. Electric vehicles are 6.7% more expensive to repair. Toyota, can you explain that? I want it to come from you. Why would they be more expensive to repair? Do you agree with that?
Yes. Doctor, please, your question again.
Why would they be more
electric vehicles be more expensive?
They are accidented. We want to repair them compared to an ICV vehicle. Accidented.
See, body-wise, the vehicle is the same. Body-wise is the same. But if you consider where the battery package is on the floor, when the vehicle is involved in accident, recovering the battery okay, it will crumple.
Itself is a challenge.
So recovering it itself is going to be a challenge. You will have to straighten and remove, and the possibility of spark and fire, safety issues there. So that is what makes it expensive. The battery is almost part of the vehicle's body.
Yeah, it's true. It's part of the chassis, sort of.
Chassis. It's part of the
It's part of the frame. It's part of the frame.
So when we say maintenance, okay.
Please, sorry to take you back. I wanted to find out from Sunyani Technical. You mentioned that we're doing some smart helmets, and looking at the statistic that keeps on coming, we realize that the motorbikes, the fatalities or the crashes, they lead. So now that we're introducing these electric motorbikes, and they are going to use it for commercial purpose. The speed, like yesterday you said that when you can put your leg on the distance, are there measures to be put in place? Have they thought about that, so that is there a possibility to put speed limits in relation with yes, for the motorbikes that are electric vehicles, so that because when people are electric vehicles, so that our fatalities on the road will minimize. Thank you.
There is another one they call scooters.
You need an answer from them.
Students use it.
Let's respond.
That one is fast. Yes.
Yeah, so there is a possibility of introducing speed limit. So we are now concentrating on the smart helmet, but the turtles, you can put in some measures so that we control. It's just like the motor, so you can control the limit at which it can go, so that you reduce this.
But one of the reasons people like the electric thing is because of
the quick start. Yes, it has a quick start.
Acceleration.
Yeah. So if you
take that one off.
Are you responding to
Yes, sir.
his question?
Yes,
Yeah, this question.
not directly, but so what I want to say is that it doesn't matter. The vehicle is a machine, and people are operating, people are managing, people are regulating this machine. I want to say that we police here, we are using guns. Guns were made purposely for something that we all know. And the vehicle is not for that, but it is a vehicle that is clean. Motor has got no bonnet, has got no roof, no airbag, no seat belt. So it is the person that is managing the vehicle. For smart, the world is advancing. So the people that are managing, I think there should be a training package to develop them and make them fit for purpose. They should know the risks around them, that particular vehicle, and these people must be made to know the risk, and then a mechanism that can protect them. Because there will be a vehicle here, other vehicle from the other side. If motor rider decide to just the decision. So I think the people using the vehicles, rather must be trained, developed, made, and that's what.
Let me add a little to the policy. Because the dimension at which it does not necessarily lie with what you call the school or whatever. The question has borders on national policy on speed management. So that's where I believe the question is. And clearly, speeding has everything to do with the user. That's why the UN safety system talks about safe speeds. Safe speeds lies with the license holder, and therefore you mentioned capacity building, training. You are training him on what? On the government policy on use of safe speeds by all road users using vehicles. You see, so and in Ghana, because of this, we have 4 safe speed zones as our policy in regulation 163. Okay, on the airline, which has not been amended, even the new one can be amended, that when you are on a crowded road, it is 30 kilometers per hour. That's school zones and all that, which is global. And when you are on built up area road, it is 50 kilometers per hour. On highway, it is 90. And on motorway, it is, or expressway, which is locally, it's 100. Okay, because of the characteristics and the energy that the vehicle.
So we cannot go beyond 100.
Yes, so that's the policy. But that's the policy. Then so his one side has been answered. Then the issue is about compliance. Okay, because if you want to ensure self-compliance, you may not get it, isn't it? So we go beyond that. What else you do? You do capacity of the National Traffic Police Branch. You have to build the capacity. And that is why, at the last count, I said, that the government policy is that the airline that is late is, apart from the training and all that, is looking at building police capacity to move away from in-person to introduction of automated system. You see what I'm talking about? And that automated system works simply is what is happening across the globe, where millions of vehicles are by fewer crashes and reported deaths, isn't it? It's not magic. They are stubborn than us, but if you have automated system that is able to work independently to gather evidence on speed violations, red light violation, and all other incidents, and that's why in the new policy that is laid in Parliament, 44 traffic offenses, including what do you call motorcycle regulations, are on the 7th schedule. The heading of the 7th schedule, in the past we used to call it spot fine, but now it is automated traffic offenses and fines, where when you commit and you gather evidence, and the capacity of the state is built. Now we have the back office, we have got the cameras, we have all the video, and then the IT solution, the softwares and all that. And we have tested it that when you commit and it captures you, automatically, whether police is there or not, it captures you, it is able to transfer it automatically over the cloud to our back office, which is somewhere embedded in the airport residential area. And we are able to, within 3 minutes workflow, able to process and issue you electronic notice of violation without police going to court. Best practice. So that the owner will receive the electronic ticket on his or her phone number he used in registering the vehicle, or as a driver, use it to apply for the license. Even we have also API with motor insurance database, where we, through the back of the insurance policy, we will know you pay your vehicle registration. And then we are also introducing scanners. So police officers are also going to carry scanners on the way, so they can use to capture you. So in the new law, it says that when police stops you, the subsystem one says that, oh, carry your license, isn't it? In person, it's not working. Now it says you tell the police officer the license, your license number. Because we have an interface to input, and then we are interacting at the back office or on the device with the vehicle the license register, and we were able to generate a ticket EMV for you. We have 14 days to pay. If by 7 days you have not paid, at the back of we have a default notice. We send it to you as a reminder back on your phone. You have to pay. How much to pay is in the new policy coming. Okay, we have tested this one since last year, and we have issued about 120,000 speed caution notices. I know some of you have received some. Some of you police have done it with our partners.
Some of our bad guys.
Yes, we have done it. It's basically that it increases the sense of apprehension in the minds of users of electric vehicles or any other, that irrespective of where you are, police is observing. And that is what the trick, the subjective sense of apprehension trick, the traffic policing, the streets of Paris, among others, used. Because they are stubborn, they will do whatever. And when you want to put the speed camera there, you will come and crash it. What they do it. But some of our cameras are embedded in our vehicles, unmarked. They move with you in and out. Police will be everywhere. And so it is one strategy that UN recommends. But you mix it with the one that police will also be on the road to put cameras there, and you see us, and then we will not stop you. You go, but police will send a ticket to you. And so that is a the paradigm shift to deal with these smart vehicles. Some vehicles in the new law coming, we have self-drive. We have made policy and we have included it in the new road traffic regulation coming, self-drive. And in this road traffic regulation, yes, yes. And again, now from April, every vehicle owner will own his or her vehicle registration number. You know the essence is that even when you sell your car, you deactivate the number. You see, because we have observed at the back office that when we issue the ticket, sometimes it goes to the current, please listen, the prospective owner whose details is not on the vehicle register because the transfer was not done. You see the new policy. So that the policy is to target, if you commit, we know that within 3 minutes you will receive tickets. We are not going the way of the West where many of these tickets are mails. They send you by mail. No. Ours is electronic notice of violation. Within 3 minutes workflow, the ticket is coming. And our office will be working, we have tested it 24 hours.
Okay, so from next year?
Yes. So then the airline is ready. We are ready. We have built our capacity. We are ready. We have done the full test. Now we can also, even all of us, do this simple exercise. Just simple exercise. Let's take our phone, star 222 hash. Let's see what will come. Star 222 hash. When we prepare our tickets, the smart electric vehicle user who ran the red light, who embarked on 50 km/h instead of 30. Star 222 hash. And the last option is what?
GPS, MTT.
Follow the prompt. What does it say? We follow the prompt.
Enter
ticket number. Yes, now we are issuing caution very soon. When they will go operational, early this year when the airline is much more. That's where Ghanaians go. Those who are repeat offenders, those who will use the so-called EV vehicles to violate these policies. Police will issue tickets, and that is where you pay on government paid platform. Police is not taking you to court. Police will not interact with you. You go, but tickets will follow you. I know what I'm talking about. And that is a policy, the position of Ghana. And therefore, government has made a new law. And yesterday it was made in Parliament. And that is my response to what are we going to do to ensure that drivers who are using EV vehicle that has quick start, that can allow you to abuse if you want to, or be deterred. Because when you do it, this is also one thing we have embedded in the new law. We have introduced electronic point system in our road traffic policy. You commit one offense, second term within 2 years, is a system 120 Ghana cedis, which is 10 penalty units. At the back office, by default, it will come on a ticket. When you commit the fourth one, it will issue a value, the ticket value is 180 within 2 years. Because it profiles you. If you do fifth offense within for 2 years, it will increase it to 240. And that is the limit of the power of police. If you commit the sixth one within 2 years, police at the back office will send this notification to the DVLA, and then we will look for you, go to court. And when it goes to court, the law says that your license will be cancelled, you will be banned for 1 year. Don't go to DVLA for any new license. After 1 year, you can go for retraining. And if you pass, issuance of a new license.
But so, you need to go to court for that?
You need, because the sixth one, we are printing all the other behaviors you have committed over the years. Go and show it to the court that this is what you have been doing. You repeat speed abuser. Police cannot couldn't handle you. So the court is, and on summary compulsion, one punishment is that your license will be revoked or cancelled, and you'll be banned for 1 year. and after 1 year you can go for a new license. So I mean, I may lose even the first license. So this is a whole policy on speed management, and has allowed government to also invest in automation to build police capacity to ensure that we interface with you. Smart environment calls for geofencing of traffic law enforcement, and that's what we are doing. You may not see us, but take it to the flowing, and people will be deterred. When people know that they are being monitored, whether virtually or whatever, and sanctions are coming globally, people tend to change. They will not give money to the taxman like that. They will not. And so that's the policy. Thank you.
Very interesting.
Sorry. I'm sorry about treating that, but you made mention of a text message.
Yeah, electronic. It's like water bill.
Yeah.
It's like.
Yeah, so I have a challenge with that. A situation whereby I can demonstrate that my phone is missing. I didn't get a message. How?
All right. Well, that's what I said at first. We issue it, and on the 7th day, we send a reminder. So it's like any other information received on our bills. We at the back office, we have gone beyond that because police is a new system. So we want to carry Ghanaians along. Because we are doing in-person. Now, if you want to go automated, carry your clients along. Because they own police service. So what we have done is that we have a 24-hour online service. So on your ticket, it will allow you to even interact with police. And we are building a website for it. So it doesn't matter where you are in the world. We are adding communication to it. Most safety will come on board so that you can even come online with your vehicle registration number or your license to check whether there is pending tickets for your online service. We are developing all this holistic solution. But it is basic that in this world, let us be frank, in Ghana, everybody's address is this or a telephone number. And that is the policy of government. And that's why I know government is going to re-register us with their mobile numbers. It is. It is. So when it is sent, it is deemed received. Again, if you are a driver license holder in Ghana and you have a problem with your mobile number that you used in whatever, you have to go and rectify it. That's why there are opportunity for layoff and all that there. But what you have seen is that Ghanaians don't lose their registered numbers. But that is the Momo number. It is everything. There. So it can never be that I'm a vehicle owner. The address at DVA, my address at insurance. I'm no more using it. Your common address is your telephone number. You should quickly remind them that you have modified it among them.
So we are not getting me.
They are not getting.
My phone is complete.
Wait. I said no phone. We are not getting. You see, I did not address phone. As for Nokia and that's not the issue. The Ghana knows only your your registered SIM. That's your common address. And the policy on the electronic one, when anything is deemed, that one that you say is your address. When anything notification is sent, it is deemed received. That is why, if it is missing, there are opportunities for you. And I know that in Ghana, people just don't lose their registered, mobile phone. It is their being, their very existence. It's their right to life now. Is it not the case? Yes. Who will lose his registered and will not pray that tomorrow comes, then he can go to the service provider? So this one is basic. So that is, in any case, we have made arrangement within the setup to allow for Ghanaians to contest. You can do within 14 days. You can contest online. And we have built our capacity in almost most of our regions. We are setting up traffic tech offices. We have done 9. We will do more. You go and you see that the office is equipped with computers and the dashboard is there. Whatever that you wanted to come, they'll wait for you and they'll come and do it. So it's a whole solution, IT solution. And it is the best, it's the way forward And UN says all police entities should invest. Government has done it. It's only that it was the airline. Luckily, in our lifetime, Okada has been added. It is done. It will allow us to even enforce on Okada. But you have a unique number. Camera captures you. We know the driver. The car, the motor number too is different. It is yellow and black. We know. We send the ticket. Quietly you pay. You don't repeat it. And you have safer road users. And crashes will go down.
You will make more money.
No, we will provide more safety. No, you see, the emphasis is not on that. The emphasis is that crashes are surging heavily and not are dying. Damages are ongoing. Police policy of our partners is that it's about delivering safety services to our community members and all of us so that we will have minimal crashes, minimal associated deaths and injuries. It is all about safety. In terms of the financials, that is not what the police priority is. Ours is to deliver safety services.
I wanted to say something about the Senior Technical University boss concerning the question he asked to you. When he put the question to you, on the side of motorbike, the EV bike, instead of 5 GS, we have 3. So automatically they have reduced this to 3. So your speed limit will reduce. I've not used car, so I don't know about car, but I know about motor. So for the side of EV bike, we can answer him this way.
Sorry, but I don't think 3 gears is a justification of speed limit. It depends on the gear train, how the gears are brought. So the fact that it is 3
and
gears.
the zone in which you find yourself.
Yes.
If it's a school zone, it's 30.
Yeah.
And the 3 gears can allow you to go at 90. Will you be
And so I have a question for you, sir. I know every country has a specification for important things. Now that you are telling us the maximum speed limit for...
Not me.
It is a national policy. Yes, and you are making it known to us. Yes, me for the first time, I'm a driver. I drive at 140. Yes, I'm testified. But I didn't know. It's all right. Yes. So why can't we regulate the vehicle manufacturers to manufacture vehicle that conforms to our maximum speed limit?
All right, our national policy sees that this is a challenge. So when you go into the road traffic regulation, it talks about tachograph and speed limiters. That policy will not be able to implement it by DVLA or road safety. Government will not be able. And so everything is about, as my officer said, the driver. That is why in our road traffic regulation, every year, a driver is supposed to go for, and that's regulation 33. A license holder is supposed to go for a refresher course delivered by a consultant in safety. With that one, you will not be able to do it. You just go to TBA, look at your eye, and all that. It's also to manage your speed, the use of speed on the road. And so, your instructor did very bad thing. I'm part of Association of Certified Driving Instructors in Ghana. I don't know who trained you in that driving school. It is a serious embarrassment on the instructor. Are you getting it? Because it's basic. From the one when you enter into the instruction class, it is about vehicle moves and the movement is speed. That's why we have a problem. It accounts for 60% of serious injuries and crashes and deaths globally. So most of interventions on the road is about speed management. Are you with me? And that's why I always say that your car can move at 240. Do you know what I can recommend for you? Apart from this 30, 50, 90, 100. Oh, you can see, we have big lands elsewhere. You can go to Shahid. A big land, you can go and buy about 200 hectares and fence it. What's it name? Ibrahim Republic. And construct your road. Okay, so
Europe now has the speed limiters you mentioned, tachograph for buses, all buses. The whole Europe, for all buses. Some companies have.
Some companies have systems that they put in their cars. Then when you are within the heavy traffic areas, it limits the speed by itself. So I think Newmont has it in their cars.
So, and for Europe to the buses, there's camera where the driver is to help with accident investigation and everything. And I think because we import from Europe as well, some of those buses are coming in. But like you mentioned, we don't have regulations yet for speed limiters and tachographs. Okay, let's talk about fire briefly, then we go for snacks. So, in comparing gasoline vehicle to electric vehicle in terms of fire, the likelihood for fire is higher with gasoline vehicles compared to electric vehicles because the fuel for gasoline is like a vapor. If you pour it, you can virtually see the thing escaping like that, and it's very flammable. So the likelihood of fire is higher with say gasoline vehicles compared with an EV. Cause of fire, you can't really compare, but what you can say is that for gasoline, fuel leakages, electrical faults cause that, but for EVs, usually from catastrophic battery damage, severe crash, manufacturing flaws, there can be mistakes in manufacturing. Type of fire, flammable liquid fire for gasoline. For electric vehicle, is a chemical cause. Extinguishing, standard methods, smoother fuel or use foam, water, blankets, etc. For electric vehicle, extremely difficult, requires massive sustained water cooling. Gas vehicle is easier for responders, that's fire service. You'll find it easier to extinguish that fire. Re-ignition risk, low for gasoline vehicle, low once fuel source is removed or extinguished. Re-ignition risk for electric vehicle, very high. Can reignite spontaneously days later. Gas vehicle is less hazardous post-incident. Toxic smoke, for gasoline, is toxic but well understood. Produces carbon monoxide and soot. But for electric vehicles, it's extremely toxic and complex, producing a lot of vapors. Gas vehicle smoke is less chemically hazardous. Okay. Gasoline vehicles catch fire at a rate roughly 10 to 60 times more frequently per 100,000 vehicles sold. EV fire is a chemical fire that produces own oxygen, making it extremely difficult to extinguish. EV fire can appear out, but residual heat in damaged cell can cause the battery pack to reignite hours or days after. So these are some real-life examples we picked up after investigation concluded and everything. So this was Lake Forest in California. Tesla Model X, it struck a culvert, then a home post, then there was a post crash fire. It ignited the house, the picture is there, it ignited the house, unable to extinguish. At first, it burned for about 5+ hours, then they put it on a tow truck, it reignited on a tow truck. They contained it, they put it in a tow yard, it reignited at a tow yard too. Then Mountain View, Tesla Model X in autopilot, autonomous driving, mode struck attenuator area and other cars. Fire extinguished quickly on scene. High voltage and fire safety concerns closed. Important highway for hours. But it reignited twice at tow yard days later. Then Tesla Model S struck wall and pole at high speed. The battery case ruptured immediate fire into the cabin. Fire initially extinguished quickly, reignited during loading on track, reignited again at a tow yard. Then Tesla Model S also, there was battery fire while the person was driving. Driver pulled over, got out, recorded event and called Tesla. Firefighters put out flames quickly. Smoke continued. Firefighters removed panels, severed the cat loop. Smoke continued. Concern for reignition, but it did not reignite. Battery pack needed removal and disassembly to drain residual energy. And we can imagine this could be our case, where we dump this somewhere, and if you have a battery inside there, the chances are higher. Now with e-bike accidents, it says nearly half of e-bike fires in 2024 linked to post-market conversions. So Ghana, we do a lot of bike conversions, and the statistics is that the conversions rather are not done properly, and that could result in fires. So, about for electric motorcycles, say about 170 of the 211 fires involve e-bikes, with 45% of these involving post-market conversions. They occurred in residential sessions and settings. Fires mostly started indoors. Domestic places and outdoors, etc. Corridors, kitchens, roads, garages, charging stations. Battery ignition and charging linked to many incidents. So sometimes they occur during charging. So in terms of sampling of EV fires, respondents should always protect themselves with full PPE, that's fire service, including an SCBA, self-contained breathing apparatus. That's like oxygen something, they put the whole thing a bit complicated. They should have that when extinguishing EV fires, because the smoke can be dangerous to the responders. Duration: battery fires can take up to 24 hours to extinguish. Water has to be used. You don't use the normal hydrant, just water. Water has been found to be most effective agent for controlling lithium-ion battery fires. It can take approximately 3,000 gallons of water applied directly to the battery to fully extinguish and cool down a battery fire. If possible, direct the application of water towards openings in the battery pack enclosure, if any have formed, with the intent of flooding the pack enclosure. So, regulations, guidelines for charging: follow manufacturer's instructions, ensure you have working smoke alarms, charge batteries while you are awake and alert, so if a fire should occur, you can respond quickly. Always use manufacturer approved charger. That's one problem we have. Most of the chargers we use are chargers we created here and converted. Do not cover chargers or battery packs when charging, as this could lead to overheating. Do not charge batteries or store your e-bike scooter near combustible flames. Do not overcharge your battery. Do not overload socket outlets or use extension. In fact, extension is forbidden in EV charging. Extensions for charging is actually forbidden. No extension. If it has to be on the wall, using extension can complicate matters. Avoid storing or charging e-bikes and e-scooters on escape routes or in communal areas with multi-occupied buildings. If there is a fire, it can affect people's ability to escape. A responsible person should consider the risk posed by e-bikes and e-scooters. Store e-bikes and e-scooters and their batteries in a cool place. Follow manufacturer's instructions. And then disposal, we've talked about this. Batteries can be damaged by dropping them or crashing e-bikes or e-scooters. When the battery is damaged, it can overheat and catch fire on that one. Check battery regularly for any signs of damage. And if you suspect it is damaged, it should be replaced and should not be used or charged. If you need to dispose of a damaged or end-of-life battery, don't dispose of it in your household waste or normal recycling. These batteries, when punctured or crashed, can cause fires in bin lorries, recycling and waste centers. your e-bike or e-scooter manufacturer may offer a recycling service. Alternatively, check with your local authority for suitable verified. Okay. All right, so if there are no questions, it's time for you.
It's not a question, but yesterday I made a statement here when you talked about the fire service thing. Actually, when you go to the policy document, it's crafted in such that if you really don't read or like you don't go through it. So last night I went through it and I saw one line item that says that building the capacity of Ghana National Fire Service to manage EV-related fires. So what I said yesterday, I think is not.
Okay, so
yeah,
you've withdrawn it.
Yes, so that somebody hasn't taken it on.
Okay. Let you
Thank you very much for your presentation. My name is Paul. Please concerning about the presentation concerning safety and how to handle the EV when there's a fire outbreak. But here's the clear in my area, the presentation just drew my attention to. There's a particular guy in my area. He's a Uber rider. So I think he used to manage some container for yogurt business. But no, when I go there, it's like you just open the container and plug the thing. I don't know where exactly. There's a station in that container, or there's a socket, and there's people in the same line.
So it's an electric motorbike.
Yes, but it's a EV car here.
Is it a car or motorbike?
Car. That's a car. And when you go one trip comes, then you come and plug.
Yes.
I don't know whether the battery is not really having a problem, and you go and start.
I'll tell you why.
So I don't know how the regulation is going to get that for
Yeah, so
and secondly, I don't know what is the recommendation, safety measures, or let's say equipment in the EV vehicles in Ghana now. I don't know if it's set in the policy.
Okay, so
and thirdly, I think in your presentation, the start on the frequent ignition, pre-ignition, when there's a fire outbreak and go on your way. I think that there's no comparison, it's only the Tesla that you are presenting. I don't know if there's because in the automobile industry, we know some company strictly for dogs, strictly for tires. So if the EV, they can mold the body, there will be a specific company that is taking care of the battery. You are having a standard battery for the EV.
Oh, okay.
Unfortunately, there are different battery types, different battery configurations. They have not agreed to do one specific type of batteries. So that's a dialogue that is still going on. In terms of your colleague, the one who has been charging small in a container, is in a container. Okay. So it means he's using a level 1 charger, very slow charger. He doesn't want to charge from a public place because he thinks it's too more expensive compared to charging there. Are you understanding what I'm saying? You want to try mathematics. But the problem is that the one he's using charges very slow. Sometimes 8 hours to 16 hours before you get like 20% to 80%. So you work, come back, charge small, work. That's how he's managing. He's done the calculations. You could do some, come and rest, join the rest. As he's charging, you'll be doing some other things. You get some charge, go back, come, go back. It works for him. That's what that's where he did that. Okay, so in fact, slow charging rather is better for the battery compared to fast charging. It lasts longer because of the battery chemistry. It doesn't want to be stressed very frequently. Then the thing on regulation, yes. So I'm still waiting for Energy Commission. For the regulations, one of the provisions in the charging regulations is that for slow charging, you still need permission from ECG or NETCO to give you permission for slow charging. They will come and inspect the house, inspect the metering, inspect the wiring, and you have to show them where you are charging from. They will have to inspect that. The reason is, you see, yesterday, one of the Uber drivers showed us his travel charger. 16 amps, is 16 amps. But sometimes some sockets are less than that amperage.
Our standard socket in Ghana is
13 amps. His is 16. That's the danger for us. So he plugs it, he's drawing, and then it will melt. Now, it's not only just even the socket. You see, there's a whole wire cabling all over. The cable too has to be able to handle that yes, and the right meter. So it's a whole whatever. That is why it has to be inspected. So that if the provision in the house is not for that, then you have to do recabling, whatever, and have an outlet just for charging. Otherwise, you have the tendency to cause fires at home. Another thing is, he mentioned the meter. Sometimes the limit is less than the 16 amps for the whole house. Yes, sometimes it's less. And you alone, you are drawing that, and it's definitely going to affect. So sometimes they could advise that you have one metering system for charging your using your slow charger. So that is not appropriate. What you mentioned that the guy is doing is not appropriate. In the regulations to every level 2, level 3, we'll talk about different types of level of charging. Level 2, level 3 is supposed to have a smart meter. So even if you are at home, there's a meter already for your things, and you want to install level 2 charger, you have to request for a meter for that one alone. Yes, fast charger too, you have to request for a meter. And it has to be approved by the committee from Energy Commission. They will send a team, EP will send a team, ECG will send a team. They will look at the transformer for that area and what your charging might do to the area. Maybe the capacity is already low or whatever, then advise. And then one of the reasons people may have challenge in installing level 2 chargers also is because level 2 and 3 require 3-phase. 3-phase. So how many of you have 3-phase in your houses? Yeah, so most people will end up using level 1 charger. They are going to sleep, they put it on. Then the next morning, they have the charge, they move. That's what is done all over the world these days. We'll talk more about chargers later. I hope I've answered your question. Okay, you want to?
Let him come to
Okay, I have a question. So the information you're giving us on the fires, I didn't really see anything on charging. Is it that charging doesn't really cause fires?
Yes, it's fine. So one of the information I gave was that charging is one of the causes of fires during charging. And so I mentioned that the advice is that while charging, you shouldn't go and sleep. You should be monitoring the charging, because overcharging could do that.
So in this case of level 1 charge, it's taking a very long time. What would be the best safety measure to put in place? Because you have to go and sleep.
You are preempting a lot of things I will say later, but let me answer you. So in Europe, China, all the places where electric vehicle proliferation is very high, level 1 charging is banned. It's banned. Only level 2 and level 3 charging is allowed. Because the higher the level, the higher the safety. Yes, there are safety measures on the chargers and everything. Software, if there's no agreement, it will never ever start charging. If a child touches it, it will stop charging. Level 1 doesn't have that level. But in Ghana, looking at our homes, how many have 3-phase and all of those things? Level 1, we have to go ahead. We have to manage it. Okay.
Just to add to the charging and the socket, you might think that, oh, this is a 3-pin, normal 3-pin plug, so we just put it in the socket. But the socket may be wired with just 2.5. and the current that is going to be drawn is more than the 2.5. So you have to make sure that you have the right cable size, then the else can cause fire as
Yes.
And then also, one thing I read somewhere is that if you use the charger, that is not by the manufacturer. At times you go to the online Temu, go to the chargers there, they just cheap you buy. That's also some of the causes of fire.
So just to allay the general fears in the ownership, because as we are talking of fire, then people are beginning to think twice on the electric vehicle. But like Doctor said, there are a lot of safety features that have been incorporated into charging. So just to mention the power plug, for example, I'm sure Ellie didn't handle that, normally has a temperature sensor. So mostly before fire will occur, it will start with sparks from the plug, and usually to heat up the terminals of the power plug and all that. So it has a temperature sensor in the power plug, such that when it sees rising temperature, it stops the charger. That is why we are supposed to use original equipment, not substandard equipment, just to avoid fire and issues like that. So it's safe to use electric vehicles.
Okay, one last question to go for staff.
Okay, so what would be the best using charging, like normal ECG to charge or solar? Which is best?
Okay, it's a good question because we are not handling that for this training. So most chargers like charging station, public charging stations like Ijan, they use 80% solar and 20% from the grid. From the conversations I've had with them, the main reason is to cut down cost. They want to avoid paying the ECG bills compared to solar. Secondly, it helps them advertise. EVs are advertised on green transition and all those things. But most entrepreneurs use it to cut down costs. So just that the infrastructure from the beginning, the cost is very high. But in the long term, they avoid paying ECG bills, and it helps to increase the profits of the business. Yeah.
Please, I have a question. This goes to the fire service people. Now that we are talking about fire, about this EV vehicle, is there going to be, because the fire extinguishers, is there going to be a special chemical?
Okay, thank you for bringing it. The manufacturer advice, while preparing the materials, I went through first responder procedures for a lot of the EVs, the Toyota EV and all, and they have a common theme. They say, driver, once you see smoke, because those ones, they start with smoke, the battery fires, park the car and get out of the car. That is the first thing. Never use any extinguisher or anything. For all of them, get out. Then cause for help. That is all. But please, this thing is not common. So don't assume. You see, we brought you here just to tell you some truths. But it's like you are taking the thing as if it's a... No, it's not common. But you are at the helm of affairs. So just have the knowledge. Once it starts, it is very difficult to extinguish. So you need professionals. So you are at the top and you hear there's EV fire, first precautions. They said the next is tell everybody to evacuate from the whole area. The whole thing. Don't assume they will put it and everything will be fine. Whatever should evacuate before they even start thinking about how to put out the fire. Because usually it will burn and stop on its own. And then, so you heard something, it takes 24 hours. Pouring the water, because at the point it has to be safe enough for one of the responders to cut the battery and go back and then spread the water through the battery to put it on. That's why it can take that long. So if you like moto, like one of your moto guys, just get out and let people evacuate while you call for help. Fire extinguisher is not going to help you in the case of a battery fire. They recommend water, and even that water is just going to slow the burning. But the production, chemical production, will be perpetually continuous.
Well, Doc, the reason why I asked this question is that yesterday when the driver, one of the drivers was talking, he said when he moved from here to Kumasi, and then his battery drained off, he has to charge it from somewhere else.
Yes.
So assuming maybe I am hungry, and I plug it, and then I left the.
You leave, yeah, that's the problem. So even when he's going to charge it, we are not sure if the cabling and everything matches the requirement. Yes, it's not sure.
And maybe those over there are lay people, they don't know anything.
Definitely lay.
Fire.
Yes, that danger is there. That is why we should really plan
And
the system for
we have to
EVs.
hold the fire service responsible from.
Why would you hold them responsible?
We are all responsible.
We are all responsible.
Create awareness.
Yes, we are all responsible. We have to be responsible. It's just like, you know, water heaters used to cause fire. Do you remember? Yeah, because they are drawing so much and they didn't do the cabling specifically for the heaters. People just feel like they can plug in switches and get the heater. No, look at the current it is drawing. If you go to most people's house now, you see that some of their sockets have melted. Even now, it's melted. Yeah, because you don't. Or you use extension. That is the worst extension, because the extension to, you see, it has to be according to specifications.
Most of the extension distance was at 10 amps. Just 10 amps.
10 amps.
It's not to take.
And you have a whole lot.
And then the cable in them too is not the right size. So if you use
Yes.
extension, it's dangerous.
So imagine you plug EV charger there, then you plug radio, then you plug. So it's in our technical whatever, extension for charging is banned everywhere. It should never be.
Then we need to start teaching children at school. So
We should, yes. That's why we are doing this training and sensitization. We will continue. You too, will and spread it. And you too, now you have the knowledge to check the sockets in your house for different appliances, for fridge and all those things, to be sure that all you are building, you let the electrician know that this will be for gas, this will be for whatever, this, so that they design the wiring proper for you. Yeah.
So, Doc, for knowledge purpose, why are you not to use a fire extinguisher?
Okay, the fire extinguisher. So, for example, we mentioned that the nature of the fire for battery, it is a chemical fire. Yes, and the fire, there are different types of the hydrants that they use. They found water alone to be more effective in extinguishing the battery fire. Yes, instead of the hydrants that have been used. And they show where the water should be channeled to. It should be channeled to the source of, once that the battery, the chemical process is extinguished, then you can concentrate on the other fight. Before we finish, I will get you one live scene of usually it starts from the under where the battery is. That is why someone was asking me at the EV yesterday, where is the battery? It is sealed under there. You are not supposed to see it and touch it or anything, just to protect it. And now Tesla has a situation where the moment there is smoke coming from the battery drops to the floor. Yes, it detaches itself and drops to the floor to isolate itself from the car, so that the car can be pushed somewhere and then they deal with the source of the battery. You wanted to say something?
I think you just answered it. Where the battery is positioned, I showed yesterday, and the seat is on it. That's why it's recommended that as soon as fire starts, get out of the car. Because you are sitting on the fire source. And the battery can explode and it can bomb. And that is it for you. And so, before we get to the source, we have to take the seat out. Even though there are detachable places where you can quickly bring the battery down, like Doctor said, it is now automated. Okay, but mechanically, you have to, that's why experts have to come in. You don't know how to do it, so you just have to get out of the car. Because a number of things have to be removed before you get access to it. And you know, fire extinguishers we have in our cars are very small. And just as the doctor showed, you need a whole lot of water, a large amount of water, not even 4 gallons. It will not be enough. So you just get out of the car. People buy car and lose it. Don't worry, you can lose that car. You can get money and get another one. Okay.
So again, just to allay some fears. So these fires actually are very rare, and they often happen. They often happen when there is an accident, and when the accident happens such that the battery is perforated, and the liquids in it starts going through the chemical reaction. That is when the tendency of the fire happens. So over and over again, in the course of design, they always design such that when accidents happen, the battery in itself is protected to a large extent. I remember when we were developing the standards for the electric vehicles, one of the tests that I think the battery was to pass was the needle penetration test.
Yes.
I remember that. So in that sense, even the quality of the battery or the integrity of the battery that is coming in with the vehicle is supposed to meet a certain standard. So if we have a vehicle that is manufactured without the right standards, like we saw the China case where they were saying that certain products were coming out that is affecting the brand image of those companies. And when it happens that way, it means that probably you might not have that level of protection. So once we have original equipment that are manufactured to standards, a lot of these things will be allayed. So no fears in owning an EV.
All right. In that case, to allay the fears, it's time for snacks.
It is well insulated.
Yes, sitting on the on the battery.
Not the driver, all of you.
All of us in the car.
Yes, it's well insulated with an high ingress protection, a certain standard of protection from the outside. Penetration, touching, nothing should get to the.
Why didn't everything go to the front? Where normally.
Well, in that case, if there is a crash, it will affect it more.
To affect it.
Yeah, it's also to also balance stability. Yeah, but the battery should not be in front because it will be part of the crash zone. There is a crash zone, and once it starts leaking, the thing is, once the battery starts leaking, the potential for fire is there. Then smoke, you will see small smoke, but that thing that has begun, it's not just an ordinary smoke. You know, so you just get out, and these are some of the things. So even EV drivers need to be trained on how to handle this situation. Okay, so it's time for snacks. It's roughly 11 o'clock. Let's be back by 11:30. Snack time, please, just outside there. Okay, thank you.
Chief Inspector be to approach the protest. Good to be a watcher, no say. I can't say. What about it? What's it?
Hey.
It's not just
No. Oh, you know.
Assistant commissioner.
That's when you mention it, you have to get up. Give me this. Give me this. You know that. I'm big too. Friday, how many hours? So we just come back again.
With me, feel.
Friday, come here. Where are you?
For the guidance. In fact, it was good to say,
So we reduce the area. Pick up truck. The 45 years is why.
No, yeah. Okay, so just some brief welcome back on the MIFs, then we go on to charging stations. So in terms of driving temperature, it's known that 20 degrees Celsius or around is better for driving an EV or even for charging an EV, because even during charging, when the battery is hot, it slows the charging. So most EV charging stations advise their people that you should charge when the weather is a bit cold or favorable. In terms of driving, you get a very good mileage driving around the 20 degrees Celsius. I think what's our average here? Around sometimes 20, so it works for us. And then in terms of air conditioning can reduce driving range by up to 31% for an EV. But this is not just an EV problem. Air conditioning is also a problem for cars, vehicles as well. So if you are running out of range, one of the things you can do is just put the air conditioning off and move. Then does EV battery expire? Does fast charging affect EV battery life? This is not very clear, but this is battery degradation in terms of two types of EVs. One has liquid cooling and one has air cooling for the battery. The liquid cooling, after about 5 years, the battery degraded by just 10%. So it means it can go another 5 years. By another maybe 10 years, degradation will be 20%, then you can replace the battery. But for the EV without liquid cooling, just uses air cooling, the degradation after 5 years was almost 20, I think 20%, yes. Which means that when you are stocking your fleet, one of the things you should look for is an EV that has liquid cooling for the battery. Now, in terms of battery chemistries, there are different battery chemistries. You have LFP, NMC, NCA. This is the most common one, the lithium ion, very common. But there are some challenges with it. For the LFP, it's very stable. You can see for full utilization. Full utilization means charging and discharge. So for example, if you are using a fast charger to charge an LFP all the time, that's 100%. All the time, like you're charging is always fast charging using the public fast chargers. After 150,000 miles, battery degrades just to 96% for LFP. If you take NMC, after 150,000, for full utilization, after about just 48,000 miles, it degrades to 70%. Then if you take NCA, for full utilization, after 100%, 7,000, just 7,000, it degrades to 70%. Now, why do some manufacturers prefer this and this, especially Tesla? For their long-range EVs, you have the Tesla standard, and you have the Tesla long range. The long range, if they tell you how far it goes, you say, oh wow, I want this one. it lasts longer. Also teaches us is that fast charging, always fast charging has the capability of degrading the battery. So slow charging is always preferred. Or you can mix it, slow charging and fast charging. Maybe you are traveling to Kumasi, there's a charger on the way, once in a while you use it. But always charging your vehicle at a fast charging station can degrade your battery. Degrade your battery means it will take you as far as it used to take you before you need to charge. That's the meaning of the battery degradation. Does EV speed affect range? Okay, so we look at Model S, Tesla Model S throughout at some temperatures and then different speed. So this is the range. Okay, and you see that after about kilometers per hour, or around 50 kilometers per hour, the advertised range begins to decrease. So you are not able to go as far as you are supposed to go. So this means that high velocities will affect the advertised range of the EV. And so speed has to be managed. Or it's similar to when you are driving a gas vehicle. I don't know, those who have eco range, have you seen eco economy vehicle? I don't know, those who have eco range, have you seen eco economy? Yeah. Or whatever. Yes, it just adjusts to that. Some it's automatic, some to you can press. EVs also have the economic way that it will affect you. Then in terms of balance, speed and temperature, the most efficient speed for an EV is moderate one, typically much lower than highway speeds. For example, an ideal speed for a sedan might be around 30 kilometers per hour at 20 degrees weather. One of the biggest advantages of an EV is using it in traffic. That is why Uber and Bolt drivers like it, because once the vehicle stops, unless there's an air condition, it's not drawing any power. Everything stops. If you press, instantly it will take energy from the battery and continue. But for a fuel vehicle, even if it will stop, the fuel is still burning. And it's not even burning well. That's one problem with fuel vehicles. If it stops, it's not burning well. If you are moving too fast, it's not burning well. But when it stops, it requires pressure, oxygen at a high pressure, like concentrated. But when you stop or you are in traffic, that concentrated pressurized oxygen has to come when the vehicle is moving fast. Then it's able to gather that air for you into the combustion chamber. So when you are moving slowly, it's not able to get that compressed air to burn well. So moving slowly, it doesn't burn well. When you are moving very fast too, you are able to get that pressurized air. But now it doesn't have time to burn it because you are asking for too much speed at whatever time. It's too much for it. So it's not efficient at any speed. But for EV in traffic, everything will just stop for you. You press to go. It's not that. So you realize even for some drivers who are using fuel vehicles at traffic, they tend to put the engine off to save fuel. Then sometimes when they are not lucky, they start and the whole thing is not and it becomes a problem. And it affects their starter motor. That stop start also affects their starter motor. Okay. Now, in maintaining EV battery life, there are some suggestions. Purchase EVs with built-in battery diagnostics, original. Purchase EVs with telematics that shows you state of charge and degradation rate. It shows you the telematics that is on the dashboard, shows you the battery life that is left in order. Avoid frequent charging and extreme temperatures. We categorize battery life based on how often you charge the battery. That's how. So cycles. Battery life is defined often as you charge it. S. And the guy said he wanted me to feel the acceleration because I know it in theory. He needs me to feel it. When he stepped on it,
I was confused for a while, like I was disoriented. Yes, that's how serious it is. It took me to a highway, whatever, and then pressed. And I couldn't, for a moment, I couldn't tell where I was. Yes, yes. So, and he also showed me how quickly the range reduced as a result, and I saw it on the dashboard. Say use cruise control on long trips. Okay. All right. Any questions? Okay, so energy commissions will be here shortly to talk about their regulations, but before that, it will help for me to give you some foundation. Next slide on charging stations so that you can understand. Oh, okay. Let me give you 5 minutes to connect for you to relax. Okay, next. Okay, so charging, you've heard charging stations. There are basic, in terms of levels, there are 3 types, there are 4 types. The levels, we have level 1, level 2, level 3. Level 1 is the travel charger, which, I don't know, is anybody from Indiana here? You were supposed to hear to show travel charger, okay. So it's like a laptop charger. Yes, there's always something in the middle. And it's usually 120 volts. It steps it to 120 volts before it goes to the vehicle. They have about 1.8 kilowatts to 7.8 kilowatts capacities. Then you have the level 2 charger, which is Japan Motors has down there. It is on the wall. It's wall mounted. So it has to be installed up to 22 kilowatts. By level 3 here, the wattage can go to, in fact, it has now exceeded 400 kilowatts. Now they have super high voltage charging stations. So level 3 is up. The difference is that this is an AC machine. This is an AC machine. That one is a DC machine. So just for you to get a summary of it, the higher the level, the higher the capacity to charge, and the quicker the charge can be for you. So this is what we call a fast charger. This one is a fast charger. The vehicle accepts what we call DC. No, you don't need to understand AC or DC. I'll just give you a guide. So for the vehicle's battery, it only accepts direct current, even for lead acid. It only accepts DC. It doesn't like AC. If you combine that, you mess up the system. So for the vehicle's AC machines, these machines producing AC, it has to be converted to DC before it can get to the battery for the battery to receive it. So this cannot directly go to the battery. It has to go through another system called inverter, some call it electrical engineering, some call it rectifiers or whatever. It has to even go to another DC to DC whatever before it gets to the battery. That process of movement and conversion makes the charging slow. So this is called a slow charger. This is also called a slow charger. The change for these 2 machines, charging stations, the change for AC to DC is done by a component which is built into the vehicle. So it goes to that component, goes to the battery. It takes longer. So this one like this can take 16. I remember somebody bought BYD Atto to KNUST there. At that time there was no charging station. After 2 days, it hasn't finished charging, this one. Yes. The driver was frustrated. He said they have to leave the next day. 24 hours. This one can charge, depending on the size of the battery, can charge in 8 hours.
I think somebody brought his tank BYD tank to our place. It took about 16 hours for it because the battery was too big for this one. Now this one can charge in minutes, 10, 12, 15 minutes. The fast charger from beginning to the end quickly. And that is what most drivers like. But that is what we are also saying can degrade your battery. Because the chemistry of the battery, the technology of that chemistry is not very good now. It doesn't like to accept things too fast like that. But one good thing about the level 3 battery is that it can be built in with diagnostics. So sometimes when the battery is too hot, you can cut charging your battery and make sure it's cold enough before it charges. You can tell the state of charge. Some people incorporate softwares to do that. Now, this is the level 1 that I was talking about. Now, there is another one. So, this is mode 2. This is mode 3. This is mode 4 in terms of mode. The mode just tells us how safe. The higher the mode, the safer it is. This one is safe because of this middle thing that is there. It controls a lot. But there is another one mode called mode 1 charger. It's also level 1. It doesn't have this. It's just like a long cable, then you charge. That one is banned everywhere. It does DC to DC conversion. Then supplies DC directly to the battery. So what happens is that for some cars, you will see 2 charge doors. There are 2. One charge door, another charge door. One is for AC, one is for DC. So when you connect it to a DC charging station, it goes straight to the battery. There's a connection inside the car, straight to the battery. But when you put it to the AC charge door for the car, it now has to go through conversion and other things before it goes there. That's why it's necessary for 2 separate doors to be there. So you see the AC one, this is the car, and the rectifier is in the car. Now, the question will be, why is it that even though we have rectifier in the car, it can't be faster, like a DC charging station? Because for the external DC charging station, the rectifier is bigger. The electrical engineer will tell you if it has to take a higher capacity, the component will be made bigger, everything. And you can't carry all that load in the car and make the car so big. That rectification. Now, the challenge we are facing is, so this is, I took it from some website, and this one is like convertible. It's like charging, the level 2 charging, level 1 charging, but it can be converted to level 2 charging if there is a 3-phase. This is a risk for us. If there's a 3-phase, it can work. It can also work. And you see, the electrical engineers will tell you 22 kilograms is huge, or is it not huge for a household? Yes, they will say it's huge. But this is like an accessory. Somebody is coming to use to charge something in the whole household using 1 meter. And one Uber driver told me he doesn't understand why it's car in his house, the whole light, and then he swaps the new one. He has already charged it. And then he swaps the new one. He has already charged it. Then you continue like that. So we call it battery as a service. Even though he sold the battery, you are also sold the car, you are also paying for that. But the challenge with battery swap is that there has to be a standard so that if we are bringing in e-motorcycles, we bring in e-motorcycles with similar batteries throughout, so that you can swap anywhere. Because at this point, not every bike can swap over batteries, because the battery design is different and all that. That's the problem with battery swapping stations, that it has to be standardized. Another thing that is coming up is that the software component of the charging station seems now to be more of a business than even the charging itself. Because there has to be a billing platform on the charger where you can use your Momo, you can use card. Otherwise, you have to pay somebody to stand there 24/7. When you charge, when you are charging, you look at what it is, take the money, and you go. And that one can be difficult to account for So, and the software can also check statistics of the vehicles, charging station. Maybe the police want to know, okay, how many kilowatts hour has been charged this year, next year, how many people. That software can give you all that. So the softwares, people who are making the softwares are also making a lot of money through that. Another thing you will notice, or another issue we hear about charging is what we call connectors. I won't go into too much detail because it's a bit technical. The problem is that manufacturers have not agreed on one type of charging connector. The car is coming from China. It will have GPT / a standard connector. In America, it's likely have ours. Is that in the end, for example, the charging station we operate at KNU, for example, the charging station we operate at KNUST, the result is that you will need about 4 to 5 connectors. Then that is why we need a lot of connectors, because we accept connectors from everywhere. Okay, so at this point I will leave. We are on public charging station, so I will leave the mic to Energy Commission. Yes, use this one.
Good morning, everyone. I think I met almost everyone here yesterday. My name is Joyce. I work with the Energy Commission on Drive Electric Initiative. Apologies to their opinion. Some of the results are actually in 2021, the EVs in Ghana were not too much, but we were surprised to know that people were willing to actually buy electric cars. But what we noticed was from sustainability, we were looking at the economic benefits. So I hear that when I buy an EV car, I won't do maintenance. When it comes to fuel hikes, I don't have a problem. So that is why I want to buy an EV. At least that's what the study showed us. And then we asked people how much they were willing to spend on EV cars. There are people who were willing to spend about 20,000 to 30,000. Some were willing to spend about 40,000 on EV cars. So it meant that people were willing to invest in EV. So as a result, what happens to that means you need to do regulations to ensure that once people are charging, like Doc mentioned, in their, I think residential houses are wide 13 now. But if you're going to draw 22, that means you're taking more than you are allowed to. So then we need to do regulations for that. So this study was to inform us as a commission. So what the EV users were there then, and then what we think that EV users are going to do. I believe we know what a battery electric vehicle. We've gone through what a battery electric vehicle is and what a...
Yes.
Yes, okay, so these are what people taught based on the studies. And then based on the study and projection, these are some of the things we came up with. Then the charging stations. So we asked, who are those who want to invest in charging stations? It's not easy bringing in charging stations. Do you have any charging station operators here? I can't see anything. Okay. So it's actually quite expensive. Currently, if you want to set up a charging station, a fast, not like Silver Star has, but the level 3 charging station in Ghana is actually quite expensive. Because ECG is going to ask you to, like Doc mentioned, you pull in electricity. And their transformer is for that, it's for that area. So if you want to bring in an EV charging station, 160, then you will need to buy a transformer. You need to buy your own lines. So it's actually expensive. So we reached out to prospective people who would be willing to invest in it. And then we had a lot of interest coming on board, meaning EV is picking up. People are really interested in that. Then we did a market study last year. The idea was to help businesses, give them business models, recommendations, what are the challenges. So you want to, Ghana Police Service wants to set up a charging stations. What can they do? Should they just stick to should they operate? That is what the market study actually looks like. So you want to do a charging station. Should you just do the charging station, or should you go add cars to it? Should you add motorcycles to it? How do you make money because we want, government has said that we want private sector to lead charging sector, people who are already out. That is why we are regulating the space to ensure that some of these things don't happen. And he mentioned smart metering. So we are doing separate metering for the EVs as well. So that is the purpose of the regulation. And also to ensure safety. I think most of you have seen the Silver Star one, the space and all that. I mean, I'm not going to use that as an example, but these are some of the reasons why we need the regulation to ensure safety over here. An EV car is charging, and then there's fire, regulatory bodies, security agencies, we have the police here. These are the people that the regulation actually speaks to. So our regulation is in draft. It hasn't been passed by Parliament yet. It's currently with Attorney General. We are hoping that the regulation will be passed as soon as possible. The regulation has 5 schedules. The minimum specification for each area. So we are going to regulate all charging stations that are coming into the country. So if it's in your house, we're going to come for information on that. Like I mentioned earlier, we don't want you to start fire. To actually discourage people from going into the sector. And we have one for public and workspace charging station. Unfortunately, the Energy Commission has one public charging station, but it's actually a level 3. So that one is just for the workspace and those working in there. Actually talks about the battery swap, safety for battery swap, and then the one that we know as EV charging station, the public ones that are operated by Ijano, by Charge Express, among other things. We've actually seen it. It was explained into detail today, the kind of levels that we have for the various charging stations. And the requirements currently in the regulation for residential. So what the regulation says in terms of, residential charge point. So homes. So if you plan on buying an EV charging station, that's nice, it's actually good. But then whoever comes to do the metering installation for you, the commission would require that you get information on your charger, the level of charge in the areas. I know you're doing revision to our building codes and everything in Ghana, so we're adding that, EV charging to that as well. And street parking does not apply to rapid. The requirements for each brand to the renewable energy center. The reason is that one is cheaper if you're doing, it's cheaper if you're doing RE solar charging station. And 2, to protect our grid. That's what government wants to do. And to protect the grid, we want to be able to remotely shut any charging station that we think has in any mark. If it's not, legally we are going to shut it down. So that if you're here, we realize that airport, we can quick. That's a bit boring. That's a bit boring. Unless you want to go into charge stations, those are the requirements. So assuming you have your own charge station, you have your own electric vehicle in your house, we'll come and take this information from you. Whoever installs this from you will take this information because the person is required by law to supply that to the Energy Commission. Then the public charging station. I hope you have investors here who are interested in actually setting up charging station and battery swap because you will need to acquire a license from the Energy Commission. There are key steps that you need to follow, and then there are inspection and siting visits that will be done on your facility to ensure that you meet the safety requirements before the license is given to you. The Commission admits there are some people who actually started before the regulation. They're still not passed. For instance, Silver Tower, we have a couple of them in the system. Well, they began before the regulation is going to be passed. So we accept that, however, we are asking that within 6 months of the passage of the regulation, you actually come to the Commission and do the right thing. In the interim, we have guidelines, provisional certificates that we give to people, even in the interim, to ensure that, Mr. A wants to set up a charging station. The regulations are not ready. He can't wait for the regulations because of business. So come to the Energy Commission, come and talk to us. And once you do, we'll give you certain guidelines to follow. The idea is when you come with a plan, to ensure that when the regulations are passed, you are not found wanting. the same recharge stations like residential. Has to be by a certified installer, has to be compliant with the standards that Ghana has developed so far, has to be transparent.
Sure, do you get me? Because they are serious. We'll channel it to the Ghana Standard Authority. I'm part of the committee. There is another two. They are the chief superintendent and the vice. We'll channel it for you. I understand what you are saying. Yes.
I wanted to find out about the public charging stations. Who regulates the pricing of the public, the charging stations? Who regulates it?
Sorry, I didn't get your question.
I wanted to find out who were your targets for the lawyer when that research was?
The baseline research, it was a nationwide research.
So anybody could have been interviewed.
You know how studies are done. You don't just, samples are taken. And so if I want people who are interested in buying EVs, of course, then there should be a sample size. Then there should be people who the study should target. That is what was done, unless I don't understand your question.
It's okay.
Are you sure you're okay? Are you sure you're okay?
Oh, I'm okay.
Also, like, this study has already been done, right?
It was a baseline study for 2020.
Okay, so if I understand what you're saying, the 53 contains for, meaning you targeted some group, get this percentage, some group, get this percentage. So which people are they? Are they get this percentage? So which people are they? Are they doctors? So which people are they? Are they doctors, nurses, or is it those who are interested in using e-vehicles?
Ghana Standard Authority, they pass a standard. Energy Commission, you can see they are more interested in the energy part, the charging part. But when it comes to the vehicle itself, it's under Ministry of Transport. They will champion Ghana Standard Authority. And this issue has come up with conversions. And I'm aware Ministry of Transport is seeking funding to develop standards for vehicle conversions. I'm aware of that.
Any other question?
Any other question for Energy Commission? The commission is here. Training, they say they won't know training.
Yes, because now we have a portal where we certified electrical wiring professionals and all that. So this one, looking at it, you need experts. Already the trainers are not, when you look at the supply demand, the trainers are not enough. So how are you going to come out? Like the way it's so common to see certified CWEP everywhere, everybody can be trained. Some even learn on their own because they have the practical skill. And here, how do you get the magazine and what have you to be able to, in terms of the conversion and even the batteries and all that? How is the training? Are you also in charge of the training? Or you be the trainers as Energy Commission yourself and then you certify them, you write the exams like training is.
I'm going to talk about training. I'm going to leave the training for the conversion out. There's a reason why I'm not talking about the costs and the standards and the training. That is another institution's money. So as much as I know what is going on, I prefer not to. So I'm going to talk about training on my side, which is the charging infrastructure. So the same as you said, we have CWPs, they're the electricians. And when you're going to wire a charging station, even from your house, for your workplace, you're going to need an electrician to actually do the wiring. And we have them in the system. We know that our electrician grades are 1, 2, 3. Exactly. So they are the same people that you're going to follow to retrain to be able to install this. So we have the pool already. So it's just a matter of retraining them to be able to install these and install them efficiently.
Thank you. So it means we will have them on your portal as well.
Exactly.
Thank you so much. I enjoyed the presentation.
Okay, so what you are saying, that means that is there going to be a new situation for people who work with chargers, or they will just be retrained so that they will be capable of handling?
Well, I don't want to jump the gun. So the guidelines on that are being developed. But as you said, which one would you prefer? You would want a new certification for that. Because you're not certified as a CDW, isn't it, to do right? But that is the residential commercial building. And then we have the inspectors. So we need to follow the same process. They want to be trained on how to install it. It could be residential home charging, installing, it could be public charging, and then you're going to get certification for that as well.
Thank you, madam. My name is Kelly. So, just this one, just a suggestion. Based on your training, I don't know if we can channel this particular training to electrical engineers, to all the tertiary institutions. So when the student come out during the service, maybe places, or you can request a national service from the electrical and electronic engineering department for all the institutions. And this program is configured. Maybe the level 400 or 300 students. You can add it to your last topic or semester course, so that it will be easier. Not before the ministry or the commission will take another budget for training people. Why it's best to train so that we have a number of them having this knowledge before coming from school. So, that's my suggestion.
Thank you very much for your suggestion. So that will be working with the academia to introduce that into courses.
Sure.
Now we have electricians who are going into school, but they actually CWPs who are actually doing wiring. They learn the trade and become, our exams is not just written exams. There are some people who can read and write, and they all have the opportunity to actually get certification. Because we have the practical side, then we have the interview. When you can't really write, they're color coding, so you understand it, and then you write and you get certification. So I get your suggestion. Introducing it with academia, we'll look at that. But then these are people who are already electricians on the field, certified, and they're already doing it. So adding this, because if we give it to only the level 300 and 400, then what will happen to my brothers who are the electricians and certified? So it's actually going to, so for instance, our CEWP is an open program. I have national service people who come to the commission to do their
PURC to help have a separate tariff for charging stations. It was supposed to be implemented last year, it didn't. But I'm told 2020 PURC was here. Oh, tell us something about quiet.
Alright, so as we speak now, there are a lot of work that is ongoing now. Try to see if we can be able to create a separate line for the charging station in Albert still with progress. And the second one is also in terms of how to be able to manage that. Because there is a need for a whole study that we are working on as of now, trying to see how to be able to do that separation. For example, you can give somebody a special tariff for a particular thing, they may end up using it for a different thing. So there is a whole lot of things that is ongoing now to be able to create that incident where we don't allocate a tariff, maybe for example electric charging, they will go and be using it for a different thing. Then ECG also have a lot of issues. So there's a lot of collaboration in there too.
So it's possible that tariff will be lower than the industrial tariff.
Possible, but we need to manage that very well. Because there is a lot of issues in assets now where they create a category for maybe a particular industry. So for example, you say you want to go into, let me just an example, into maybe corn meal. We're giving that tariff for corn meal, and you're using that tariff for production. Because we have those two facilities, the same premises. So there is a need for a lot of, whole lot of
I understand. I've learned something today, that's good. So you are still careful about that. So no tariff will come anytime soon for, not soon, by next year. Okay. Energy Commission will be mandated to make sure it's used for just charging. They will be going around to inspect. They will have a whole national committee doing all that. So you people just give us the tariff, let's go.
Final. Whilst we have EV3.
Some time ago, they said there will be a sky train, and then they said they would do something in Kumasi. I've forgotten. There was supposed to be. Yes. Trump. There was going to be, but I mean the implementations have been foggy. So right now I don't see any policy or whatever for electric train. I think it's going to be the train we have. I think that one is the plan for now. Okay, so I'm continuing from where Energy Commission left off. So they did some work, Energy Commission did some work on the survey of charging stations. I was fortunate to be a consultant, and we mapped these charging stations. At the time, most of them were level 2, and only one, Ijano, was level 3. I also found about 10 battery swap station. So a very beautiful model by Kofa. Very beautiful. One of the things that is making electric motorcycle very popular is because of the business model of the startups. So what they do is that they look for opportunities with other companies. So, for example, I don't know, is Wahoo here? They have a collaboration with DHL and all that. Okay, if the goods appear in Accra, give it to us, we deliver it to the person. Appear in Accra, give it to us, we deliver it to the person. Then they look for unemployed youth. They can ride motorcycle, they cannot afford. So you don't have money, come. They train you, and they give you the electric motorcycle or whatever. And they say, okay, if you deliver this amount of money every day for 2 years, the motorcycle is for you. But they already give you the opportunity to work, and so you don't have to look for customers. So they take it, you work every. So they give the person the opportunity. So the person is working every day, and 2 years later.
That is high purchase.
High purchase, you guys call it a high purchase with regular full motorcycle. So the startups create that avenue for them, and after 2 years, they pay. But some try to play smart. For example, they have trackers on the motorbikes. You know, you are not working, they know where you are. There was a guy I met, the Kufa Abedin battery swap. He was very angry, and they can cut to the motor if they think you are headed in the wrong direction. Yeah, something on the laptop at the head office. Your motor will never. Very huge, 160 kVA. In Accra, X-Charge also has 2 160 kilowatts and then 4 120 kilowatts also in Accra. Then of course Ijano, and then KUSA has a level 2 22 kilowatts in Kumasi. We are the only public charging station in Kumasi. Then upcoming, so you notice that everybody is concentrating in Accra, if you notice. Then upcoming ones, they want to install 360 kilowatts, 3 in Accra, 160 kilowatts in Kumasi, 40 kilowatts at Kenya University, and then a Lindaro, 160 kilowatts. So the nature is that if you leave Accra, it becomes very difficult for that. So on one of the, I took pictures. So this is Jano, but the North Industrial area, and all these people are waiting to charge. And you notice this is a Metro Mass.
Please make sure you've written your name on the attendance sheet. If you haven't, you can raise your hands. Okay. So those who want to join the special interest group, we have, you can use this, make it a bit smaller, or it will take it. Okay. Those who want to join special interest group, you can use your code. We have inclusive net zero emissions, future, new energy vehicles and sustainable transport, clean cooking, clean hydrogen, financing the energy transmission. You can join the special interest group. It gives you assets for research, training, funding opportunities together, and all that will utilize your capacity. For example, this training is by a special interest group, the new energy vehicles group. You fill and you will join. We will add you to our WhatsApp platforms and we move along nationally and internationally.
What about those online?
Yeah, so it's the same thing. We'll bring you here. So you want to join more than one, you do this channel.
able to.
As agent part time. Let me show you what you are. Don't like it. Me, I was there before I was.
I think I sent to the other number.
Oh, yeah.
They are always there, and we agree. So I can choose.
Because those are track one, nobody takes about 3 years. Unless I come and bring the one with me. Yeah,
Oh, he's there. He's there. He has the earpiece.
We want to have a meeting and check. The reason why we are present. Besides, and we know that's why when you close up the second, Abraham was very prayer. I want to also yes, I know. We cannot see the can extend it a bit.
Okay, I think let's do the 30 minutes and finish. We can end this once and for all. Okay. So EVs and the grid, how does it affect the grid? So the power sector in Ghana, these are the major sectors. You have the companies that generate the electricity, VRA, BUI, and then you have independent power producers such as Asobe Power Plant, ASCA, Car Power, Twincity, etc. Then they give the power to Gridco. Gridco is the only one doing transmission for Ghana. So these are high voltage power they give to Gridco. Gridco gives it to the distribution companies, ECG, NEDCO, Enclave Power. So distribution, all they do is to sell the power. They sell the power. Even though now ECG is working on solar, their major work is selling the power. But this is important for a reason, that when the power is produced, it must go through many lines to transmission, many lines to distribution. And this is where usually the problem is. So you've heard governments, present, past, also always say that we have, even though we are having doom, so they say we have the capacity, We will explain that here. So I remember the day I went to Akosombo, they told me they were not firing at full power. What it means is that they have the capacity to supply. And I said, okay, so what is the reason we are having doom so at some places? And they told me there are problems on these lines, some of these lines. So you can have the power available, but to transfer the power to you is also a problem. So the capacity is there, but how to get it to you? So this one goes to Gridco distribution, then from distribution it goes through the lines to your transformers, to the feeder, and then to your house. So you can have localized problems. You can have a problem with your house. You can have a problem with the transformer supply in the area. you can have a problem with the line coming to the transformer or throughout. You can have problems with that. Now, in 2024, Ghana had a installed capacity of 5,749 megawatts. VRA had 2,680 megawatts. Now, VRA used to be just hydro. Now, VRA also owns thermal power plants. Then you have an average peak. I'll explain the peak as we go along. Now, this is what I was trying to explain. So this is the demand. You don't need to understand the megawatt. So you just look at the figures. They say this is what is available for us that can supply the whole country. 5,211 megawatts. Peak is 3,952 megawatts. Now, oh, thank God. He's here to talk about net metering. I'll call you shortly. Okay, so I did a lot of interviews to understand this situation. So now this is available. This is what we are demanding. The highest we are demanding. The demand is momentary. It's like, it depends. Maybe now we are demanding 2,000 megawatts. In the next 3 hours, it could go up, the demand could go up, because some people are switching off, some people are switching on, some industry are shutting down. So that's what I mean by momentary. It's all transient, like it's changing. But in 2024, the highest they ever recorded at any moment is this. That is why I jotted that one down. And they say this is always available. But so if you look at it this way, but capacity, the fact that you have the capacity to be the president doesn't mean you will be the president. That doesn't mean, do you understand what I said? Yes, the capacity is there. But you have problems. You saw the lines, distribution, you saw the movement. From here. This thing is filled with so many cables and transformers, thousands of them, and losses of them. So even though the capacity is there, there may be hindrances in the lines that will affect the capacity. Now, if you check the way electricity is also produced, you have the hydro. The hydro, they have levels they look at. Say, okay, at these millimeters, we can produce high. Then, if it is not raining, you remember sometimes we had to pray for rain to fall and all that. Yeah. So, because we were not at the maximum capacity, we were a bit low. That can cause a problem. When it comes to the thermal power plants, mostly they use natural gas to power them. Now, the natural gas, they have several pipelines. At the point we're using pipelines from Nigeria, all the way from Nigeria. Then at the point we heard that we were owing, then Nigeria also said, no, it's Boko Haram that cut the pipe, whatever. So at the point you may also not be having the gas to power the plants, or you may not be having. Then even the ones we have, the gas we produce in Ghana, sometimes they shut down for maintenance. So momentarily, or certain times, this dependable capacity could also be fluctuating. So for this to be always this dependable, gas always has to be available, transmission lines, distribution lines always have to be at its peak and everything. That is the explanation for that. So for example, I captured some data. This is a grid code data. For example, daily electricity supply and load factor. So this is every day in February, every day. Each bar represents every day in February. This is the capability of supply, and this is the load. This is what we are demanding. We wanted this load on 1st February, and it was within what was supplied. Perfect. The next day we wanted this, but there was a gap. So they couldn't meet all this. the demand. The third day, oversupply. Fourth day, it was okay, keep going, and then we come to, is it seventh? There was a problem here. There was a problem here, and then all the way from here, what we were demanding, we were not getting. All the way here. So that's February. Then in June, everything looks fine. Each day, what we were demanding was within the supply all over until certain parts of the days here that we have issues. Then in July, July was not very good. They were meeting, there were several gaps there. So sometimes when it happens this way, the system, from what they told me at Akosombo, sometimes they have to do emergency, I don't want to call it load shedding, yes, load shedding. So some of you have to go so that some of us can enjoy something like that. Because maybe you are causing the gap here. So we have to clear you so that at least some people. So the whole thing is a momentary thing. And the ability to have fuel, ability to maintain the transmission lines, transformers, etc. So I look at it in terms of how this can affect EV demand. Now, we did a research, we published a research recently where we looked at the Ghana's electric vehicle policy. Where it said by 2035, they expect 35% of EVs, of all vehicles to be EVs in Ghana. Then by 2045, they expect that all vehicles being imported should be EVs, per the document. So from 2045, don't buy any ICE vehicles. So we looked at that, we calculated, okay, how will it translate into the number of EVs coming to the country? If you do that by 2060, all vehicles in Ghana will be EVs. So we did a daily vehicle consumption, charge consumption. We looked at mileages and everything, average, we said, okay. So how much should the grid be ready if this vision comes to pass? Say Ghana will need to add 2 gigawatts annually every year until 2060 to be able to achieve that. So Ghana's dependable capacity in 2024, I wrote it down. EV policy suggests Ghana should have about 40,000 EVs, close to 40,000 EVs in 2025. Now, not only is the power a problem, now our EV numbers are not even up to 2,000. So it means in terms of the EV policy, we are not on course. Either we revise the targets or we also look at how we make it. Now if you look at the system average interruption frequency average published by Energy Commission, light-offs, number of light-offs. So you have metro, urban, rural. Metro is what? The city is metro, is that it? And urban is where? Towns, okay. But they have more light-offs in the rural area. I don't know why. You see the yellow one? Throughout, they are having more light-offs in the rural area. That one I don't understand, so I cannot explain. So rural people are getting more light-offs than us. So in 2024, for NEDCO, you see for NEDCO, they have close to, let's say, 140 light average, like power offs per household. You want to explain it?
Yes.
Okay.
For the rural, the network, we have radar and the range circuit. So basically, in the assumed areas, it's one global line. Okay. So when a tree falls on it,
it affects
the entire. Unlike Accra, we can't.
So rural people are always at a disadvantage. So Energy Commission states that the average light-offs should not exceed about 10. And consistently from 2020 to 2024, we have not met the standard of average write-offs. So that's the problem. Then net metering. Recently, government rolled out digital net metering portal to boost solar uptake. This is very relevant to electric vehicle charging stations. So I will invite an expert from the Energy Commission to tell us all about the net metering, the rollout. I think it's just 2 weeks or a week ago. Yes.
Let me share this. I have a problem with using the title expert.
Okay, so I should follow you.
I'm an engineer, that's all.
Okay, from the Energy Commission.
From the Energy Commission. When you use expert, it means they can fire every question. Good afternoon, everyone. So just a week ago, it was a Monday or Tuesday, just last week, we launched what we call the Scaling Up Renewable Energy Program, SREP for short, SREP, or SREP if you want. If you want to access the program, maybe you have solar installed in your house or in your office or whatever, and you want to apply for a net meter, you can go to srepgh.com, and it will bring you to this interface. So far 13 applications have been received.
Can you mention that again?
srepgh.com. Open the SREPs and now you recommend say one more. srepgh.com, and it will bring you to the platform. Everything you have to know about the program is there. So in a nutshell, 12,000 net meters are going to be rolled out. Out of the 12,000, 1,089 will go to government buildings. We have police stations, we have MND.
That's a number.
Yes, fixed number that will go down 12,000 net meters. 1,089 will be installed for government buildings. So, like I said, police stations, MND, some of the secondary schools, and then which one again? There's a fourth one, 4 different categories.
Academic.
Yes, schools. Yes, schools.
Hospitals.
Some are hospitals too, yes. And then police stations and the MND, these offices. And that will take some of the load off the neck of ECG and the neck of, because almost here, like it's a killer here, we don't pay. But when we put them on these net meters and they have solar on their roof, at least if they don't go off ECG or NETCO, their bills will be reduced. So that's the whole idea for installing it for them. Then the remaining almost 11,000 is for you and I. You can apply if you have solar installed in your house or your office. Now, to apply, it's just a button. You just click there. You can go down. When you go there, apply for net meter. You have to answer some questions, and then eventually you click submit. And once you submit, the application will be received and it will be assessed. Once you qualify, the area where you are, they have enough because the network is resilient enough for you to be able to export whatever you are generating. You will be given the green light. The net meters will be given to the applicant for free.
For now?
No, it's part of the program.
The meter is free.
Yes.
For now, they will be free.
Once you apply, it's like I said, it's a program, and it's a finite number, 12,000. So if you are within this 12,000, the meter is for free. The financing is coming from AFD and then the Swiss, and the government of Ghana is also providing a certain small amount. So it's been fully sponsored. The meters are in town. Now, you cannot apply for this net meter if you have installed 1 megawatt. It's too big. 1 megawatt is out. So it's not for this big scale people and all that. You are going to put. The last time I checked, the cutoff was about 500. I think 500 kilowatt peak is the highest. Yeah, if my memory serves me right. Okay. So below 500 and below, you can apply. And the whole idea is not for you to come and make money with it. Your demand or your house, let's say 20 kilowatt hours the whole month. Then go and install solar that gives you double of that, 40 kilowatt hours. So that at every point in time, you will be uploading. Every time you are exporting. Now when you export, because Ghana is not as rich as the Germanys and the European countries who will give you money for what you have exported. Here is the catch. When you export 20 during the daytime, and in the evening you import, let's say 10, you have a balance of how many? 10 kilowatt hours. That 10 is there for you to come and import again. You are not going to receive money. So that 10, anytime maybe rainy weather, you are not able to generate as much, you can go back and import that. It's not one-to-one, but that quantum that you exported, you are there, you can go back and then import whatever you exported at no cost. But if you import more than you export, then at the end of the month there will be a bill. If even there is, you break even, you exported as much as you imported, you will still receive a bill at the end of the month. Why? We have what we call service charge. That service charge is there. So whether you travel for the whole year and come back and all that, you pay those 12 months of service charge. I think it's 10 cedi 73 Ghana cedi, 10 cedi 73 pesos per month. Okay. And the whole thing, when you look at the formula, it's been designed in such a way that the DISCO, the distribution company, will not be worse off. And for you to understand, first of all, you are going off their network partially. You are not going to take as much as you were taking before because you install solar on your premises. And so you are not going to pay as much as you used to pay for the electricity. Now, you are also installing double your capacity. So it means that they are going to be worse off if we don't put in some of these measures. And on top of that, if they are going to pay you out of their pockets, oh, you have exported 100 kilowatts maybe at the end of the year. Somebody too has exported 100 kilowatts. When we quantify it, they are going to pay for their whatever, their collection. Now saying their is improving and all that, but even that, they still have issues and all that. So this is the best you could come up with. I know going forward is going to be better. So we are looking at this. This will be like a pilot sort of going forward. After the 12,000 meters, I know definitely if it goes well, people will cry for more, and then the program will be brought back. I'm not too sure about whether you pay or not, but for now, this is what the program is offering. So 12,000 meters, out of that, 1,080 lines for government institutions, and then the remaining for us. And to apply, that's what I have, the website that has given. It is envisaged that at the end of this whole thing, this program is in two parts. You have the A and the B. The B is the net meter. The A part has to do with mini grids. So 35 mini grids are going to be constructed in the island communities. You know we have island communities in Ghana, and okay, yes, that's also an island community, but we have most of them in the Afram Plains area there. So, Ada, all those, so there are islands there, plenty, and these account for the last, you know, we are now at 87% electricity nationwide coverage. The remaining 13, these island communities account for those ones, and a few in other areas, hard to reach areas. And this is the plan that we are coming up with. If you want to extend the grid to them, the amount of money you pay is crazy. So we are bringing these mini grids to make sure that they also have electricity. A mini grid is simply a solar installation that is big enough to support a whole community. So a community of only about, let's say, 500 people. If you want to extend electricity to them, the amount of money you pay, it makes sense for you to do a mini grid for them that supports them alone. So you will not be on the grid, but they will have electricity. So these 35 mini grids will help us to push our coverage to close to the 100% that we want to. And at the end of the day, with this 12,000 meters and these solar installations, we hope to exceed the 10% solar renewable energy mix that we set for ourselves by 2030. Okay. So part of the program, when you apply, and let's say you don't have any solar installation, we have pre-qualified some vendors. These solar companies, so you can talk of Translight, Tilo Solutions, which of them again, cross-boundary, so all the solar companies you can talk about, we have pre-qualified them. So when you apply and you don't have solar, they will come and also assess, and then once you do the need for the program will not pay for the installation of the solar. It will only pay for the meter, the net meter. So once they install for you, you qualify, and then they install the prepaid meter for you. The how do you call it? Not the prepaid, the net meter. Sorry, the net meter.
It's a smart meter.
It's a smart meter, and for the ECG system, I know they are all going to be post-paid. They are all going to be post-paid net meters. So they do import and export. It's able to see what you export.
Live.
It's able to see
Live.
Yes, real time. Yeah. So in a nutshell, that is what I can say for now. If there are questions, I'll be happy to address them.
Okay, let's start from here and go back.
Reverend, I'm not an expert.
Well, you mentioned that you can't install more than 1 megawatt or 1 megawatt. Yes. So for an institution like there's a KUS, now they want net meter for the administration block with hall. And we have
Of course.
And
of
then
course.
if they only have one, for instance, you have it as a grid hall.
Yes.
And then administration uses ECG, let's say the same university. And then the what this one the net meter, this one has uploaded more energy into the system than what they have consumed. Now the rest of their balance, can they use it to defray the administrative block consumption?
Okay, so it is, you know, the way ECG works, a customer is not the institution. The customer is the meter. The boy, Julius, hey, boss, am I lying? No, they don't see, so for instance, if they go to, let's say, Presec Legon, and Presec has 37 meters, they will see it as 37 customers. But these are all service points. So you cannot use that kind of people. But the good thing is that every amount of kilowatt hour you export, you can use it within the year. 31st December, 1159,999. That's the whole thing. Some people will make sure they travel the whole year, they didn't even use much of the ECG, but they have a lot of credit. So the next year they will use half year. So for you to make sure that it doesn't become a business for you. It's for you to defray your cost. Sometimes you have to understand them. I don't speak for them, I'm their regulator. But when you understand their cash flow issues, you understand some of these things. You are partially going off their network, and you are also using them to make money on their back. So that is the whole idea. Whatever you export, since you are using their network as a power bank, you come back and import it. So that is the whole idea.
Okay.
I've cleared your question. Yes.
So whatever you are doing for the year, it ends on the first. That was the question.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, so even initially we're supposed to look at 3 months, not even 1 year initially.
Okay.
Because and we need to be very real. if ECG go and sign power agreement,
Yes, PPA.
take or
Take or pay.
So whether we generate the power or not, the ECG must look for the money
That is the
to
reason
pay
why
for
we are
it.
not encouraging.
So if we allow people to bring in more solar, with which they will demand the grid when there is no sun or anything for them to generate.
Yes.
It means that the power plant must always be there,
On
stand
standby,
online,
ready.
anytime they need the power.
Yeah.
And it's one of the reasons why ECG was having a lot of challenge with this net entry. We have to go to that agreement for us to come to that compromise agreement. So for the payment, that one you will receive. But even to me, even the 1 year, it's
They
still
are being charitable.
it's too much for ECG.
So just to add flesh to what he's saying, thank you very much. When we all, assuming we all go off ECG and we are on solar, the sun will shine for you in the afternoon, right? How about in the evening? We all go back to ECG again, and we expect them to give us the power, right? And somebody must be on standby to generate that power because they know us. Oh, I said I needed it, but no, the customer has changed his mind, so I don't need it again. Meanwhile, workers were there at night, ready to work in the gas plant. So that is why some of these arrangements are in place.
Please, I want to ask this question. Since we are talking about e-vehicles, is there, we know of vehicle to create our
B2G.
Yes. So with e-vehicles, you also have the
Oh, so the whole idea is if you have a net meter in your house and you can supply the house from your vehicle, okay, then it's also possible that whatever you are supplying the house, if the house is not using it, it could also go to the grid. RE is RE. The grid is not so intelligent to distinguish between, oh, this is coming from the car, this is coming from the car. Once it is RE, it's RE. Unless, of course, I didn't understand your question.
So in that case,
yes,
can I apply for a net meter in my car?
No. No. Why would you install the net meter in the car?
No, you see, the question he asked, so assuming I have a car that can provide the vehicle to home, right? That's what I'm asking.
Okay,
can I get
the meter is installed for the house because the house will generate. You have panels on the house.
So the qualification is the panels on the house.
Yes.
So even if I have a very big capacity car that can power my house, I'm not qualified.
No. So if you don't have solar in your house, you have no business going to apply. So
I have a question.
Yes.
So assuming someone is interested in this and doesn't have solar,
yes,
and would want to get solar installed so you can participate, roughly about how much would that cost? And let's say a normal house, let's say
which one is the normal house?
two-bedroom house. I'm just giving for you to give a rough estimate, assuming somebody is interested,
okay,
and would want to go into this and would want to say, okay, I want to let the installers come and install for me, just like to be 5,000, 10,000, 15,000.
Okay, so we can give you some indicative prices, but the size of the house is deceptive.
Yeah, sure. So
it's the appliances you have in the house. There are some ghettos, and when I used to use, I was using the train sometime, but the train from Sakuma, it starts from Asopotrona, and then to come, Charlie, ECG. There are some squatters on the railway road. They have air conditioners on the roof, DSTV. Hey, the antennas I see, the air conditioners I see, squatters in Habodine, and they're enjoying them. The capacity or the amount of power they are using there, it may even be higher than that of a 3-bedroom house. So we can give you some indicative prices. So for a 3 kilowatt hour system without batteries, with tier 1 equipment, budget around 50K. 50K. And with this I mean tier 1. With tier 1 we mean quality stuff. Your inverter can take you minimum between 5 and 10 years it can last for you. Your solar panels, 20 years minimum. And then all other equipment quality and all that. When you add batteries, if you want a commensurate amount of batteries, double it. It's the batteries that push the prices up. Okay, so that is for 3 kilowatt system. 5 kilowatt system, 70 plus, and all that. Okay, but from vendor to vendor, it varies. But I would advise you not to try and bargain too much or cut corners. They can give you, I nearly said Chinese food, but I won't say it. But some of them too are tier 1. So ask for whatever they are supplying, and that will inform the price. So with the panel, J Solar, Jinko Solar, they are quality tier 1. With the inverters, we have so many of them, SMA, we have Victron, we have now Huawei are doing some quality stuff. We have Casco, we have all these. These are all quality. Sonios and all that quality tier 1. It will last you no less than between 5 and 10 years.
I have a question for you. Indirect question. So Netherlands also started this thing. Let me read the problem. Netherlands renewables drive in putting pressure on its power grid. This is just October. It is a sign that in one of the most advanced economies in the world, something has gone wrong with the country's power supply. The Netherlands has been an enthusiastic adopter of electric vehicles. It has the highest number of charging points per capita in Europe. So much so that it leads the way in Europe for the number of solar panels per person. In fact, more than 1/3 of Dutch homes have solar panels fitted. The problem is grid congestion, says Chief Executive of Dutch energy producer and supplier Eneco. 70% of whose electricity generation is now solar and wind. Grid congestion is like a grid jam on the power grid. It's caused by either too much power demand in a certain area or too much power supply put on the grid more than the grid can handle. He explains that the problem is that the grid was designed in the days when we had just a few very large, mainly gas-fired power plants. So we built a grid with very big power lines close to those power plants and increasingly smaller power lines as you get away, just like our case. Nowadays, we are switching to renewables, and that means there's a lot of power being injected into the grid in the outskirts of the network where there are only relatively small power lines. And these small power lines are struggling to cope with all the electricity coming in from wind turbines, solar powers scattered around the problem. And it has got to the point where even now housing construction in the Netherlands is becoming increasingly difficult because there is just no capacity to connect those new neighborhoods to the grid. Tenet is now planning to spend 200 billion euros on reinforcing the grid, including laying some 100,000 kilometers of new cables between now and 2050. So my question is, are you aware this could affect the grid, and have you made any plans or any steps? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I was part of the people that started this whole, not started, but when we got to the critical stages where we had to do load assessment and do what was the name? We had to use Power Factory to do a simulation. We simulated the whole network. The name of this test load flow analysis. So NETCO was on board, ECD was on board. So in fact, part of this program, the whole software was even bought. I mean, you had it already, but they had to buy new licenses for them to do load flow all across the network. What the load flow does is that it gives you the capacity each node on their network can handle.
our network in Ghana is not, we can't go near the Netherlands. They are, I mean, richer than us, bigger than that. When it comes to economics, they are far ahead, yes. Even they are struggling. So we had to do this work before we started this whole thing. So ECG and NECO, they know how much or the capacity that can be injected at each node. They know the capacity of loading of the transformers. Their BSPs and all that, they know how much they can take. So that work has been done already, and it's like a map, they have it. Once you sit behind your PC, you know, BSP, that's troublesome BSP, Malam. So they know how much Malam can take. So if the application is coming from Malam, it will go to the people who did that work, and they would advise, oh, okay, we have already processed 10 applications from Malam. What were the capacities? Oh, this one was 10 kilowatt peak, this one was 15, this one was this. So they aggregate it, and they realize, oh, we've hit 50%, we can take some more applications. Once they hit 90% or 80%, they say, no, we are done with this side. If the application is coming from other areas, yes, but not from this side. So yes, we are very much aware of this particular problem, and so work has been done on this.
Yeah. Last question. Is it not going to affect ECG's profitability margins?
I think we have crossed that bridge. That is why they've allowed us. So, yes, it's going to have some impact on them, but then we have been able to find other ways through which we can also, break even and all that. Yeah. Yes.
Export outside the country.
That is one of the needs.
So they are going to make profit out of us.
Yeah, ECG, but they are not going to export your energy. They've already signed power purchase agreements. They have the power they will sell to you already.
We are not consuming, and we have an access. Other countries.
So you are selling what you
So we found other ways they could ameliorate the whole situation. And they have a renewable energy division, or it's a unit. It's a directorate, a whole directorate. Very soon you'll hear from them. Very soon you hear from them, and when they come and all that, they'll be the best people to really install the solar for you. I'm telling you, when they eventually come out and they're also doing this solar thing, they'll be the best people, because they already give you your conventional power. If they are adding the RE to it, it's chicken feed for them. It's easy for them. When there are issues, they know exactly where to touch, than for a third party to come and do X, Y, Z and all that. So lots of plans are in the pipeline. Yes.
So, mine is not a question, it's a suggestion.
I said I'm not an expert.
I think some people are now looking at maybe going solar because of
yes,
the SMG you are bringing on board. And so this is maybe, like you rightly said, the quotations you were given around maybe 3 kilowatts for maybe 50,000 and all that.
Average, yes.
Yes, that is a fair price. Now, when it comes to the solar installations, you are looking at beating down the cost so much. What happens is that now the solar is expensive, and so if they beat down the cost for you so much, what happens is that within some few years you start having problems, and at the end you're only going to shut down the system. And so maybe after a year, if you're looking at maybe going the solar and maybe adding the net metering and all that, we'll have a conversation around that as well.
Hey, oh yeah, I bet.
I'll come. Senior.
Yes.
Please, as you are advising, like let's go to solar, or then pressure on the grid can go down. My suggestion here is that those that you like the installers, those that install the solar, are you satisfied and you know what they can provide to your customers, to the public. I think on where you applied for the net metering, those companies have to be part of the platform.
Yes, they are there.
so that maybe all the price will be the same and you know what exactly they are going to give you.
No, it's an open market.
No. So that all of them will be on the same platform. And what you are expecting them to give to the public. Someone who beat a price and go and give something, then the meter you go and fix, they are not uploading and anything. So you make sure whatever they are giving to your people is certified from your side. You are not going to, maybe the platform will be there, maybe you can sign those who apply for the meter to a particular one on the same platform. Do you understand?
I understand.
So
here's my response. As for standardizing the equipment and all that, like I said, we make sure that whatever they are going to give you is quality.
We know that even standard size, standard bottle, 35 type, but we have different one tested, but we have different one under them.
But controlling price control is not within our mandate to do. We can give a range, we can give, a tolerance between here and here. But even that, you don't know what they are supplying. Somebody is using tier 1, Jinko solar panels, let's say 500 watts, manufactured only last year. Somebody is also giving you from one something, manufactured 10 years back. You don't expect the prices to be the same. So all that we are saying is that they should be the systems. Number one, that's why when you apply, you come and assess whatever you have. Okay, it should have been done by professionals. You look at the whole design from the panels, the inverter. You look at the circuit breakers. Look at the SPD. You look at if you have to use RCD, the FN, everything. You come and assess. Satisfy ourselves that this installation is good. We can install a meter there, it won't burn, or nothing will happen to it. But the cost we can't control because a lot goes into the supply of these materials. Sometimes your house, somebody's house is living at Oyarifa, and the company is at, let's say, Jamestown. Somebody too is also at Jamestown applying. You don't expect, the dynamics are different. So when it comes to price, it's really not something we can do. But we will ensure that the quality of what they've done for you is top notch. That is why we are pre-qualified companies that we license. So that when they mess up, it's in their license conditions. We can pull their ears. If there are issues, there's an issue I'm resolving in Takwari. One company we license installed something for a client near the sea. And the inverter has been blasting. It was only recently I cracked and realized, so this is why the thing is blasting. You understand? So now they have resolved it. The company has taken ownership and they are going to replace the inverters for the clients. That is what we do at the Energy Commission. So all the companies there on the platform, they are licensed by us. If they come and they mess up, we will make sure that we apply the laws.
Okay, so my question is, so I know Energy Commission rank, for instance, refrigerators. So you go and buy refrigerators, a star.
Yes, the star is
4-star.
Yes.
Okay, so if you decide I want 1-star, it's up to you.
Yes.
And I know sometimes also recommend type of cables you should use.
Yes.
So now that we are advocating for this, I don't know whether you have a set of companies that you have certified, producers of these panels and inverters. So that let's say maybe when I go to the portal, I have an idea of maybe you can rank them like the way it is done for the refrigerators. So if I'm able to purchase a certain quality, if I'm not able to purchase a certain quality, then I know that these ones will give me, rather than leaving it out to the installers, because let's say if I decide that I want to purchase the equipment bit by bit before I look for a qualified installer, how am I able to know a certified product so that I can get the one that is certified?
Don't purchase it yourself. I beg. Don't go and purchase it yourself. buying solar panels and inverters and such protection devices and cables. These are, things you need to many further experts, but I will say. The professionals in that field. Now, all the companies, like I said, all the companies that are on this portal, they are certified by Energy Commission. What that means is that if they come and give, after installing for you, it comes with warranty.
So does that mean that if a company installs a solar system for me and they are not a certified one from the portal, I will not be granted the meter? Is that what it means?
So, okay, if you already have your solar, okay, you have your solar already.
I don't even have a solar, but I know people who can install for me.
And they are not part of the people
on the list. Can I still get a meter?
Yes, you can still get it, but like I said, we'll come and assess what they have done.
Yes.
If what they have done does not conform to the standard, we will not install for you. We can't prevent you from using.
But is it the design or the equipment?
Who completed TTI?
I understand.
For no problem.
Is it the equipment to come to do the assessment or the design?
Everything, equipment, design, everything. We check everything. Installation resistance, even the cables we use. If the cables are not approved, I won't come and put my meter there. No, it's not a caution meter. 12,000 people even 12,000 is small. Then I come and install it on a cable, China cable. No, not China, Turkish, British, American cable. All when it comes to cables, it's filed made in Ghana. Because our system here is hot.
Oh, is that so?
Oh, yes. Oh, no. You know, when it comes to production of these materials, they are region specific. You know, there are some cars that will not work here in Ghana.
Yes.
Because the fuel you use, yesterday when you the one talking about, the fuel we use here, when you put in the fuel from our own machine filling station, when you do bring, the car will not start. Because the design Euro 2 is supposed to run on Euro 2 fuel, and you are bringing it here Euro 1.5 and all that. So
we are rather Euro 4.
And the one
for the experts. For the experts.
Okay, so earlier on when your colleague was here, she made a presentation, and I think when she left, Doug also came. I had a concern. There have been talks that we could convert our filling stations into this charging centers. But I don't think that it will be feasible in going forward, because that means government is going to also be looking at certain things. But is it safe to have a charging center together with the filling station that is currently that we have? Is it safe?
Okay, thank you very much. So technically, as an electrical engineer, even the, how do you call it, the gun, they run on electricity, right? The guns that we use to even dispense the fuel into your hand. So there's already electricity there. Play music, do everything, receive phone calls and everything. So that system is already in place. When you look at the architecture of the charging station, I believe Prof has taken us through.
Yes.
You have the panels. If you are, I really advise that don't run your charging station on conventional power. Then it defeats the whole purpose. You have bought an electric vehicle, but you are charging with power from the thermal power plant, Abuazi, Asogli, or even these people, car power, and then these people behind electric power. So, Senate is there, and then those AXA, very We are on air, so you have bought an electric vehicle and you are using power from these timber plants. Then what are you doing? You are defeating the whole purpose. So we expect you to, use solar panels or any other RE source to power your charging system. So power from the panels comes to an inverter, and the inverter serves the charger. Okay. What the inverter does is that it's converting DC to AC. Some of the chargers they directly use DC and all that, so they use direct converters and all that. It's only ramping up the charging process. It's making sure that you are able to, when you are charging your phone, the transformer makes it possible for you to be able to draw a whole lot of amps. The whole thing is amps. It's pushing in amps into your car. So it's like a transformer. So the whole thing is not going to endanger the ignition of the fuel that you have. Yes, I advise that there should be some distance and all that. My only concern has to do with the batteries in the cars themselves. Like you said, lithium ion, even when we are disposing of them, you have to be careful and all that. That is the only concern I have, but not the charger itself. My concern has to do with the car that you are now coming to charge. What is the condition of that battery? Is the battery having issues already? Is it already discharging small sparks here and there and all that? So that is the concern. But the charger itself, I don't have any reservation that it could cause fire. I don't know if I've explained myself. Maybe Prof wants to come in here.
So some of the charging stations have battery backups, like Ijan, the storage, he has lithium. It means he also has 100 meters of care.
Exactly.
Those that have the backup. Yes. I think we have exhausted this man. Thank you very much for coming. Engineer John Again is a senior manager in charge of renewable energy efficiency and all that at the Energy Commission. He's been helping us with all our charging station regulations, market survey, everything. So
and he's running away from experts.
Oh, he's an expert. He's an expert. I can't see when I got to that meeting, I knew he's the only one that can. Yes, he's the expert on those things. Thank you. Thank you very much for helping us. So those of you who have solar panels and you want to, please go and apply before the meter finishes. And just to touch on one subject before we leave, he mentioned, I asked whether it was a smart meter, because one of the recommendations we made for the charging station regulations is that the meter that has to be used at the charging station should be a smart meter. Smart meters have the capability of providing live data as it's being used. It's not like the one some of us have, you wait for some time before you see what you actually, this one is live. So it gives, for example, ECG, they are able to monitor at their offices or wherever how much you are consuming live. And if they see that their charging station consumption at that time is affecting the whole area, they have the capability of switching you off for the moment to stabilize the grid there and then bring you back. It also does billing, smart billing. So in case Ghana decides to introduce time of use tariffs, PURC, do you have plans?
It's in process.
It's in process. Oh, tell us something. I thought I was told it would never happen. So tell us.
Okay, so for time of use, we've done the initial study. We are now working on the modalities to be able to implement it. So they are doing yes.
For all of us or for industry?
For all of us.
Wow.
So we just have to be careful, as I said earlier, because if we are going to do time of use, and we know, I think about 3 other countries in Africa have tried it. So what they have seen is that, for example, if in the night, it's a country like Uganda, one other country, it's free. So in the night, you see that most of the manufacturing companies were converting their production process to the night, which means that they end up producing the night, use the electricity, and they use it free. So the idea of producing 24 hours, where you produce at every time, if you're not careful, people try to play smart on it. So the time night is free, you produce when you're supposed to pay, they stop production. And we know most of our consumption comes from the residential, and only few from the industry. So the industry that will give us the money, and you all decide to even produce at the off-peak hours. It means that ECG will also be in trouble. So we are trying to do a lot of
ECG is play smart, and we are also playing smart. What is wrong with it? I mean, so they have the time. Those who don't understand the type of use tariff, it means that electricity tariff is going to be different depending on the type of the day. If you are using it at the time that almost everybody is using it, you pay more. And if you are using it at a time that is very free, you pay less. So it forces you to reprogram your charging or your use. You can decide that, okay, if I use electricity at this time for my fridge, maybe peak hours are now 6 to 7, 5 to 10 for Ghana. So it means 5 to 10 industry consumption has coincided with our consumption. We are arriving at home, switching everything on. So it ups. And they would like to charge more for that. So that if you don't want to pay more, when you delay your putting on of your electricity to the point where after 10 it becomes whatever, then people will do all night, then you pay less, something like that. Yeah, so that's what is being implemented abroad to manage charging. Because normally people charge during the peak times. So when the electricity traffic is high at that time, they wait. Then it means they will sleep late. In 11 o'clock, then they start charging and they go and sleep. Then they pay less. That's the time of yes. But with time of use free night cost, time of use you need a smart meter, otherwise you can't monitor anything. Yes, so that is why we've made it compulsory that for charging stations they should have smart meters so that they can change the tariffs for them at any times that has done. So I'm happy it's coming off. Yeah.
The last thing I also want to say, in terms of the EV vehicles we're trying to promote, we also have to put in place that most of the charging stations, as we've said, solar must be part of it. Because once we don't go that angle, we put a lot of pressure on our grid. And we all know that anytime the marginal cost of additional power plants coming on board is so high. So that benefits what we get in terms of going green, whether where's the case. And as we already know, Rico is struggling because part of the country, the light is on, but I cannot even charge a phone. The light is on, but I cannot even charge a phone, not to talk about the fridge or the TV. So it means that the grid is very weak at some part of the country. So once you are bringing more of the renewable, in terms of people charging their cars in their homes, it means that you are worsening the case. So some of these things we have to really take a good look at it before we adopt everything that we want to move 70% of our transport towards EV.
So he touched on something we experienced live. We did a China-Africa Automotive Summit where we brought a lot of electric vehicles to Kenya University at the same time. So we manned our temporary charging stations. We went to one of our blocks and the vehicle will not charge. It's just travel charger, the plug. So we thought maybe there's something wrong with the charger. So we moved to another block. And that one, it was charging. So we realized we have power quality issues at one place. And then, so these are also issues that will come up. Like he mentioned, we have issues with power quality. The power is on, but some people's fridge is on, but the fridge is not working. It works at certain times of the day, certain times it doesn't work. So I hope ECG is working on power quality issue. Or it's not from you, it's from Gridco. sometimes people see it from you to say it from people. So
It is not the length of the grid we have. The capacity of the grid cannot take all the demand.
So we are going to have problems with EVs.
Most of our transmission lines. The amount of money we need. For example, the tariff that we explained is supposed to do mining, where we take on the investment and put it to the tariff. But the amount we're requesting for, the increase we're set to see in the tariff, I'm sure if we even do that kind of tariff increase, almost 40%.
So they wanted more than the 9%.
You were asking for almost, this was asking for 2 to 5.
But are we the one to do the investment? Better when you do it, then you charge it.
You see, investment is supposed to help us as consumers. And the only way they can get the money is through the tariff.
They will not help us. There's so many wasting to the system.
Okay, so it's clear that distribution, transmission, they all have to be prepared for EVs. Very clear. So over to you, ECG and Vico and the rest. So soon, I think we have come to the end of our 2-day training program, EV training program. I would like to, on behalf of Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, the Konamo Energy Center, the Climate Compatible Growth Energy Commission, Ministry of Transport, Ghana Police, and all others, all protocols observed. Thank you for turning up for the training. It is exactly how we anticipated it, to give you the knowledge so that you go and help with policy. But even though we know a lot about EVs, we are not going to take the decisions. You are going to take the decisions for us. So we expect that with the knowledge gained, you have input into Ghana policies when it comes to EV and then charging infrastructure. We are very grateful, and we hope that when you call upon you again for training, even if it is outside Accra, you will be able to turn up. If you have any suggestions for us going forward in terms of training too, we are available to listen to your comments. So as we did yesterday, I think we've already taken our pictures, so we can take some time to network, but the lunch is ready. You take the lunch on your way out. We have your inside here. Okay, so we'll be taking a group picture inside. We have your positions, your name, and whatever you did today, that's what we are going to use for certification. And also we have your contact so that when we need your expert, like chief superintendent, there's something training for police or based on your automated billing for whatever, we'll call you to come and educate us. So if you have not registered, please put it there. You have where you work and all that. We call upon us. You see the way we call upon Energy Commission. We'll call upon you whenever we need your expertise in training. So thank you very much, and God bless you for coming. Thank you. So I'm told we will take yes.
I have a request.
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. You made mention of gaining knowledge. Yes, we have acquired some knowledge on EVs. And you cannot talk about enforcement without talking about the police entity. We have gained theoretical knowledge, but the experience is not there. What can we do? We need to have an experience on the use of the EVs. So we would like to bring Toyota Ghana to give us some cars. We need to have experience on the use of the EVs. Yes, we need it. So that when we are enforcing the law, we know that, oh, EVs, I've driven it and this is how it is and that, and so please, we need some vehicles.
That's a solid one. So, yes.
I think Ghana, when it comes to Ghana police and the other law enforcement agencies, this is a very good call. I have a suggestion. As for government, it's already overburdened. But these DPs, development parties, UNDP, USAID,
But the other development partners, if you can put a proposal together with these reasons, I believe it will fly. I believe it will fly. I mean,
Can we do it
coming
with
from-
Energy Commission backing us?
No problem. No problem. We can collaborate. We can give, if we have to come in with some technical justification or whatever, we are ready to help. And then you just let them know, you are in charge of motor traffic, whatever provision. You have experience, you have started seeing accidents coming from this class of and all that. You want to understand, so you need some vehicles, you want your department to drive over a period of time for you to experience the challenges that these drivers also have. It will fly. Ghana Police.
So we will work with Ghana Police, Energy Commission, Fire Service. Because recently, as I mentioned, Tenka University of Munich reached an agreement with their fire service in Germany to collaborate to investigate EV fires. What it means that they are going to get funding, get the electric vehicles, test them, drive, and all which that's what it's about. So we will collaborate with them, and you as the sector lead, you will help us. They get a lot of funding in Energy Commission. So you will help us reach out to EFD, GIZ, and then yes, SDU, Sunyani Tenka University, Ghana Police, Fire Service, yes, and then Engineer John Ejegi will help us through, and also the Drive Electric Initiative. We will do it before the year ends. Oh, please say it into the.
Well, I'm saying we can also support, so we can just put together a proposal and see what we can do.
I'll come and see you on that. So that's a good call. Any other suggestion? Okay, so Kweku, can you arrange us for the picture, please? You want it here or outside? We go downstairs again. Oh, but yesterday was okay. We need another one. Okay, so then they'll have to take their food. So take your food and then let's go downstairs for another. Thank you very much. We selected, sorry. We selected some people for interviews. We will go downstairs before we take the picture.
After the picture.
Yeah. Who is in the interview? I'm for a program.
God bless you. Down.
I'm calling you. Okay.
That is how much I know you for
You go down there. We have a revolution in our lifetime where
I can see. I see the main problem is coming from. It's also these students that are putting up that has come. That's why
yes. Because of the yes.
last 2 days ago. In fact, the head documentary about it. The head documentary about how it took before. Last 2 days now. The Bible said that. One thing is, I said, not possible. Don't let them to Togo. Someone you probably have you don't know what happened. They will whip you. So the people rather will beat you.
What do they say? I beg, let's go to please, let's go and take each other. So are you not on the same
Yes.
I have your number. Yes. I did some connection for some people.
Too bad.
It's a whole network. Anyway, I know the hours. He just he has so that's so I can meet you. I'm not going
when you
stop your ears first. You
I have experience with this. Nice to meet you. More especially with the battery fires.
You don't have my phone card. But I have yours. Joseph Asaf.
Catch fire. And the regeneration of the fire.
Man, you people need to hurry up. They will leave us.
So it's very not to open our eyes to a lot of things that some of us have left. To get policy is very informative. So much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so
I have learned a lot. Can you help us with
Okay.
Have you taken your food?
Yes, Doc. Are you taking one?
Come on, I have to go and arrange them down there.
So, please, can we take the pictures? Kweku, you go downstairs and
yeah,
I'm coming.
Nti, yeah, can. Yeah, I'm gonna be more scan why. Now when we come over.
It's a pull up. Oh, fuck it.